Oh, sorry. I started the show and then immediately had to cough. Ugh. Hi guys, how are you? Welcome to the show. This is Monkey in the Morning. I'm Monk, and we're gonna do a show because that's what I do. How are you? I would have been here a few minutes ago. I'm gonna tell you all the ultimate irony of being me. I often show up later than I set the time for because I give myself too much time to get my show ready. If I had my way, I would just hit go live and go live. But in order to get a thumbnail, you actually have to give a set time. There's a way to do it if you're just doing it through YouTube, but using StreamYards StreamYards. You have to give it a time. So in order to use a thumbnail, I have to schedule it. And I end up giving myself so much time that I get distracted and start doing other shit. And that's what happened here, because that's what often happens with me. I just get in my own little world and forget what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm a dreamer, you guys. Yeah, this kitty. Oh, he's so cute. This kitten. Yeah, you'll always win with me if it's a kitten picture, because kittens are just adorable. All right, let's get into the news. The big news of the day is they caught the shooter. What was his name? Tyler Robinstein. I don't fucking care. I really don't. Fuck that guy. I hope really bad shit happens to him. But they caught him because reportedly, I've seen slight variations of this telling, but I'm gonna give you the one that makes the most sense to me. His dad saw the pictures the FBI put out last night in that really bad press conference and confronted him and like, this is you, isn't it? And reportedly, the kid confessed to his dad, and then his dad went to a pastor and told him what was going on, and then the pastor called the police. And our fucking media, bro. Our fucking media. I hate them. I fucking hate them. Where is our Daily Beast article? We're not going to read the article, but the headline here. Charlie Kirk suspect's grandma says family is all MAGA. That's how the Daily Beast decided to report. And I do love, this was highlighted in the screenshot. Amber Levis, breaking news intern. This bitch didn't even get paid to write this crap. The takeaway for them is that the grandma says the shooter is MAGA. Or sorry, the shooter's family. The shooter's family. It was the lefties on Twitter who were like, see, I told you he was MAGA. And then it was pointed out that no, he wasn't. And they were like, oh, because of course. I think the pastor worked for the U.S. Marshals. I don't remember if he worked for them. Like I said, I've seen various different things of exactly how it went down. But, yeah, because my grandmother knows all about what I think. The grandmother's quoted in the article is saying that she's never had a political conversation with young Tyler. She's shocked he's at all political, because I know me and my granddaughter sit around talking politics constantly. I keep telling them to shut up about it. I want to talk about like toys and shit. And they're like, no, Grandpa, tell me about trade regulations. It's fucking stupid. So stupid. Is anybody surprised that the guy was actually, a lefty? Because reportedly, the whole family is right-wing, and the left has decided that his family being right-wing is somehow a win for them. I don't exactly get the math behind it, but somehow his whole family being MAGA/conservative made it inevitable he was going to shoot Charlie Kirk. I'm not sure how that works out. I'm not surprised by it. I've been holding off assigning motives to the shooter because I wanted to wait and find out who he was. And like I said before, I could have seen this being a groyper, honestly. They'd have to stop humping each other long enough to do anything else, but I could have seen this being a far right winger, somebody who got angered for other reasons at Charlie. There've been a lot of people taking swings at Charlie for a long time, and it's definitely gotten really weird in the last few months, especially with all the Israel stuff and then the Epstein files. And so I wouldn't have been shocked if it was somebody else, but I sure as fuck wasn't shocked that it was a lefty who they're not really sure, because he used to be a good boy. You see, he got 4.0 in high school, and he got a merit scholarship to go to Utah State or Utah. I don't know what, the University of Utah, one of these fucking places I don't care about. And depending on which story I've seen, he either went for a semester or he went for a year and a half. I don't know which. And then he started hanging out on Discord and apparently playing Helldivers. That was weird. Yeah. He's overly rebellious kid, I guess. I was going to just say rebellious, but I feel like shooting somebody is a little bit beyond rebellious, right? He's just another shitbag kid who rejects what his family says to him, like, you guys are all MAGA and the internet told me to hate you, but not to move out because I don't want to get a job. Yeah, fuck that kid, man. Fuck him right in the ass, and I hope really, really bad things happen to him. You murdered a father, man. You murdered a husband. You murdered a 31-year-old because you didn't like what he said. I am shocked that I haven't seen the usual suspects telling me how sexy he is, because we got that with Mangione. You remember? Dude's got a fucking unibrow that actually haunts my nightmares, but the lefty women were all like, I'd let him hit it, and I wouldn't even claim rape afterwards, as they do. I haven't seen any of those folks yet, which I am surprised by. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm shocked. Oh, I need a programming note. I didn't think I was going to be here tonight. We can go back to our kitty picture, because I don't really have a lot more to say other than fuck that guy. And I do have one more thing to say about that. I saw one person say, the FBI, they really didn't even do anything here. Well, no shit. I told you guys last night, and look this up, don't take my word for it. The police typically find things out when other people tell them it, because they're not fucking psychic. They can't just go, I think his name is Tyler. That shit only happens in like the TV where, like, based on the angle of the bullet, we can tell he was a 6'4" white guy in his mid-20s, probably with a name like Tyler. It's the only time that psychology bullshit ever works is on TV. In real life, the way crimes get solved is people drop dime. And that's what happened here. So the feds did their job, and there was even one thing that I saw, I have not confirmed this, but that suggested that that really awkward FBI, I want to call it a press conference, but they didn't really take any questions. So press statement, that was a stall to try to get the picture out there more, because they already had an idea it was him, and they were just getting their ducks in a row. But I that is unconfirmed. But I'm very curious by what people think the FBI should have been doing. Like they didn't call in the precogs. They clearly didn't want to catch him. They didn't call in the precogs. Tall person, thank you. I know you hate it when people cry fallacy, but the fallacy here is false equivalence, aka both sidesism. Happy National Peanut Day. No, for the record, the reason I don't like the fallacy thing is because so many people use it when it's not actually a fallacy. Just because somebody says slippery slope doesn't make it a slippery slope fallacy. Just because somebody says, hey, the president said X, doesn't mean that it's an appeal to authority fallacy. That is my problem. It's the same problem I have with so many things that make it online. where suddenly some kids go to college or hear something else and they're like, but I heard this thing and I'm going to misuse the fuck out of it. Like literally. I heard the word literally. I think that means you mean it really strong. And when it comes to fallacies, there are real fallacies. I mean, sometimes an appeal to authority actually is a fallacy. Just because somebody said something doesn't mean anything. But if what you're talking about is like the president said these words and you go, here's the president saying it, and you go, that's an appeal to authority. No, that's the proof you asked for, dickhead. And that's an actual example of an argument I've had. That's why I hate the fallacy thing. It's not that there's no merit to the fallacy thing. It's that most people online who use it don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Anyway, what was I going? Oh, programming note. That's what I was doing. So for the last couple of weeks, I've had events early morning on Friday or on Saturdays. And I thought tomorrow was one too. And I thought that right up until about 5 o'clock when I asked my wife, what time do we have to be there tomorrow? And she said, Sunday. And I went, oh. So tomorrow's show will either be earlier in the evening or actually on Sunday morning. Just as a heads up. Yeah, I nobody's more shocked than me that I'm here tonight. Oh God. Okay, so today's show is a little eclectic until we get into the both sidesism stuff at the end. Because we're going to watch part of the debate, the show, Piers Morgan's show, that has Dave Rubin and Cenk Uygur and some Muppet-looking motherfucker that really made me want to smack him for being as dumb as he is. Not that I advocate violence. It made me want to do it. I would never do so. We have to say those things now. But there's so much more to look at. And I'm not sure how much of that we're going to watch. We're not going to watch the whole thing. I do know that because we're actually jumping about halfway in when we finally get to that video. But before then, we have former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. And I wanted to highlight this one because the balls on these people, the balls on this woman and what she is about to say on my screen here and on your screens is impressive is the only word I got. She's got to have problems walking with the size of her balls.
People don't have any intention of saying something that's going to lead to something dangerous, but we cannot take responsibility for the minds that are out there and how they hear it.
I'm gonna play that one more time because it seems relevant to some shit we've talked about many times.
People don't have any intention of saying something that's going to lead to something dangerous.
Let's start with that. This is only for the left, understand. People don't have any intention of saying anything that's going to be dangerous. Am I the only one who remembers January 6th? I know these motherfuckers remember it because they were just talking about this shit the other day. The left doesn't stop talking about January 6th. In fact, we're going to see an asshole bring up January 6th when we get to the Piers Morgan part of the show later. But my favorite part is this.
But we cannot take responsibility for the minds that are out there and how they hear it.
You know exactly what Trump meant and what he wanted people to do, and all the other people who spoke on the ellipse that day. Fight like hell. You knew that meant go take over Congress. You know, Trump saying be peaceful meant go kill Nancy Pelosi. You had no question about that. And that was what everybody was going to think. That's what his audience wanted to hear. But when it comes to you guys, when it comes to you fucking pricks, oh, we can't take any responsibility. When Gavin Newsom said we're going to punch him in the mouth, we couldn't we can't take responsibility if somebody does something violent after he says that. When Hassan Piker says that if you want to stop Medicare fraud, you have to kill Rick Scott. I mean, you know, fuck you. Fuck you. Yes, I did get that, Dangerous. Thank you. The balls on this cunt. Oh, I said cunt really early in the show today. I apologize. The balls on this dirty, smelly twat. Hey, Jack.
Hey, how's it going?
Have you seen this clip?
Yep.
It's going okay. How you doing, my friend?
About the same as you.
Now that you're here, I'll tell you, I told the audience a few minutes ago, I thought my family get-together was tomorrow. It's Sunday. So tomorrow's show will either be much earlier or Sunday morning before I have events to do. Just because I told you, what, 2 days ago that I had something to do Saturday?
Yeah.
Nope, it's Sunday.
Huh?
In fairness, I only found that out a few hours ago when my wife told me. She corrected me. But tomorrow is Sunday. Not for everybody. I mean, right now, Evolved, you're in the future. Most of the United States is still on Friday. Another quarter of the United States will join us here in a couple of minutes on Saturday. But anyhow.
For the record, it's Friday in California.
True. Yeah, I just wanted to highlight this because I could not believe this bitch had the nerve to say what she said. We can't take responsibility for what people think in their heads because of what we say. You had no problem saying Trump should do that very fucking thing. You guys have said it over and over. In fact, part of the left's rhetoric right now is that Donald Trump is the one causing the political violence by the stuff he, wait for it, says.
Yeah, but has he renounced white supremacy today?
You know, I don't know. If I was Donald Trump, I would just wake up every day and go, I renounce white supremacy, just in case I get asked that question. Be like, yes, I did it. I did it with my morning prayers or whatever he does on his morning routine. I'm just gonna watch it one more time, uncut, because the balls on this bitch.
People don't have any intention of saying something that's going to lead to something dangerous, but we cannot take responsibility for the minds that are out there and how they hear it.
We can't, but those fucking horrible Republican conservative Nazis can.
Yeah. Only fascists are responsible for what they say.
Only the people trying to destroy our democracy and kill black people. Those are the ones. God, I hate these folks. I haven't seen anybody in the leftist media call this bitch out for this. And they won't. You know why? Because they think the same. They can say anything they want, and you're never supposed to assign blame to them for what happens as a result of it. You know, I do think that the shooter is the one guilty here. But I think that a whole system has been set up to encourage that kind of behavior. And that is coming from the right.
When you're morally superior to everybody, you're never responsible for what other people do.
Thank you, Shoehorn. Trump says good morning, and Conspiracy Brother comes out. Anyone on left says that, and it only means good morning. Yeah, Donald Trump can say good morning, and literally people for that Shoehorn aplenty. There was a video going around not that long ago telling us that saying good morning was a reference to slavery. Wasn't that what it was?
Yes.
It was. Yeah, it was. That was basically saying you support slavery because good morning came from, I forget the wording. By the way, it's not where it comes from at all.
No.
But it was supposedly something they said to slaves or something like that.
Yeah, it's some made up nonsense. It's one of those word games played by dumb people where you have two similar sounding words that have different spellings and different meanings.
Yes.
So the word to mourn, as in sadness, they were translating to mean mourn as in morning, the beginning of the day. So did you have a good morning? Did you cry a lot, little slave? Oh, were you sad? That's what they interpret it as. It's the stupidest fucking logic on the planet.
For the people in chat going, what? That's a real thing. We watched the video a couple months ago, Jack?
Yeah, it's a couple months ago.
Yeah.
It kind of made a resurgence recently, but
yeah,
still stupid.
That's the other side. That's the people we're dealing with here, is people who take the term good morning and turn it into a racist dog whistle. How do you have conversations with people like that? Speaking of how do you have conversations with people like that, on your screen is a notice from Office Depot. So I'm not going to watch the video because it's really not that exciting. Guy goes into Office Depot. He's like, hey, I tried to get a poster made here, and I was told I couldn't have it. And the lady behind, well, she's not really behind the counter. She's sitting on her fat ass at a counter. And turns out she's the manager. And she's like, yep, that's right. We're not going to print that because it's propaganda. Now, the poster is a picture of Charlie Kirk. On the poster, it says, Charlie Kirk, 1993 to 2025. That's it. And this fucking idiot bitch and this fat guy with tits are both like, yeah, that's propaganda. It's propaganda. We're not going to do it. It's not. Well, Office Depot got a lot of shit for it.
Yeah, shocker.
And a lot of people are reporting that they fired this worker. They don't say that. They actually say the associate involved is no longer with the organization.
That was a quitter get fired situation.
Yeah, it was. And but see, I can see it with the company coming down and going, hey, if somebody else, and actually, because they said they made it right with these people, you need to do this right now or you need to get out. And they stood on principle and left. I could definitely see that. Because if they were going to fire her, they should have fired the fat tit guy too.
Yeah. Well, they might have fired the fat guy and not her.
That could have happened too. If
I didn't know that was a man. I thought that was just a really ugly woman.
No, that's a fat-titted guy. You can tell by the titties. That's just a fat guy. He's got the problematic girl haircut, but that's a dude. Anyway, Office Depot got rid of them, and I wanted to. Where's the other one I had on this? This one. There we go. This is from the Joe Burrow Foundation. Do you know who Joe Burrow is? You live in Ohio. You should at least know the name.
It sounds familiar. I couldn't tell you though.
Quarterback for the Cincinnati Bengals.
Oh, that's why I didn't care. Yeah, the Cincinnati.
It's why you didn't care yet still heard it, because I can't imagine living in or anywhere in Ohio and not hearing his name, because he's actually a really good quarterback.
I've heard the name, but if I heard Bengals, I'd associate that with Cincinnati, and I hate that place. So
fair enough. They tell us that they got rid of a guy, and they don't believe they ever mentioned his name. But he basically went on and one of these tirades about how Kirk basically deserved it. I'm not going to pull up his tweets or his comments because fuck these people. But they said that they've broken ties with this guy, and several companies have done this because there's a ton of people out there. Just one lady said that she had already reported 476 people and she's still going. I was like, God damn, you ain't got nothing better to do with your life.
Apparently. Well, if you're a stay-at-home mom or something, you got a lot of time.
I guess.
Kids
But,
are at school and fuck housework. There's a group called Charlie's Murderers that they keep a list of all the people that have celebrated Charlie Kirk getting killed. They're putting up a website. They have, I think it was them, reported there are 650 some people that lost their jobs because of this.
we'll talk about that in a minute. But I'm having trouble believing, especially with the political folks and the teachers, that anybody is shocked that these are shitty people. Like, there was a guy who, he's a teacher somewhere. It's not the one we watched yesterday or read yesterday. This guy actually looks like an actual villain. Got the little twisty mustache and everything, Jack. And he actually said that, I can't say her name, lives at TikTok. It's not that I can't say her name because she's Voldemort. I just can't pronounce it. Chaya, whatever.
Yeah.
But that lives at TikTok deserves to catch a bullet in the neck. And I'm sorry, I don't for 1 minute believe that this flaming evil villain, this is the first thing he's ever said that made somebody go, fuck.
Probably
You know what
not. I mean? And that is inciting violence. I have no issue at all
Absolutely.
with that guy getting fired and reported.
Yep. No, that guy should be reported to the police.
Yeah, the FBI should be looking at that dude. Real fast. So, thank you, tall person. Happy Fortune Cookie Day. Oh, I love fortune cookies. Your fortune is kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Your lucky numbers are 8, 13, 25, 55, 71, 91. Well, I will have to go get a lottery ticket unless those are the numbers from Lost.
I would be offended that they gave him to you now instead of when it was $1.8 billion.
I don't care. It's free money either way.
I hear you, but still.
Well, if they're the numbers from Lost, I do not want to end up on a tropical island. That would not last long.
I stopped watching Lost after season 1 because I wasn't willing to spend 3 years of my life waiting for the next season. Nope, not the Lost numbers. There you go. You're safe. You're safe. So anyway, yeah, just I'm having trouble believing that any of these folks, that they haven't already done stuff like this, that they weren't the people that were cheering Black Lives Matter. You need to stay in the streets. And so these companies or like the Joe Burrow Foundation here, maybe Joe Burrow didn't because he's actually, I mean, it's his name. He's technically the CEO of the foundation, but how much time do you really think he's spending on the day-to-day? Maybe him, but most of these folks, especially in the schools, this is, I guarantee you, it's not the first horrible shit they've said. These are bad people. These are people who have been for years talking about Nazis and fascists and how we need to do anything at all costs. But don't worry, all costs doesn't mean murder. Nah, all costs except murder, because that probably get us negative attention. So good on these companies, I guess, for getting rid of the shitbags, but why'd you hire them? Why were you associated with them in the first place? Those Office Max people, hang on. You know what? I said we weren't going to watch the video, and we're not. But let's just bring up the video so you can see these people. And tell me you couldn't spot bags.
Office Depot, dude.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Depot. Office Depot. Look at our fat-tittied little guy over here.
We came in for an order.
Look at the hair. I do not need to be told this person is a shitbag. I can see it. They're wearing shitbag uniform. And I don't mean the Office Depot uniform.
Yeah.
And then as the lady talks to us, wait for it. Anybody surprised that somebody looks like that is a shitbag?
Well, she looks like a Karen.
Dangerous, thank you. When we told people that Trump will end democracy and he will slaughter undocumented immigrants and will jail the gays and trans, it wasn't to create a dangerous situation. Fuck off, you drunk old hag. Yeah. This is we'll get into that a lot more later, Dangerous, when we get to the video. But yeah. Meanwhile, it doesn't matter what the Republicans say. Everything they say can be taken as they're going to bring violence to you. They're horrible people. Flock of seagulls. Well, that looks like the flock of seagulls got shot or ran into a windmill. It's 2025. But it's close. It's not that far off.
Looks like flock of seagulls went to a buffet for 10 years before hitting that wall.
Oh, I said the poster only had his name and the date. It also says the legendary before it says Charlie Kirk. That's propaganda. That's not propaganda. You fucking shitbags. Anyway, I do want to talk about this, and Monk brought it up on Twitter, and we talked about it a little bit yesterday. The cancellation stuff going on with these people. There's a lot of them that are saying really shitty stuff. Like really shitty stuff. Do I think that the people should be reporting them to their employer over it? As I said yesterday, if you're talking about a public servant kind of thing, I don't have a big problem with that. I mean, they jailed that chick for, who was it? The one that wouldn't give marriage licenses. Remember that?
Oh, yeah, in Kentucky.
Jailed that bitch and then gave her a huge fine or a huge settlement against her.
Yeah. And
compared to that, these assholes at Office Depot losing their job for a couple of days until some other shitbag company. Look, hey, Starbucks is always hiring. Go get yourself one. You can join one of those unions you guys like so much. I think for the most part, what should be happening, just call them out on social media. I'm fine with that. You want to shame them publicly? Fine. Getting them fired, unless they're actually advocating violence, and I do think some of the celebrations of Charlie's death verge on advocating violence. But short of that, I mean, just being a shitty person, no, I will not give them mercy. Remember that when it comes back to you. I'm going to warn you the same way I warned the left. It will come back to you.
Well, they seem to be finding that out now because a lot of people are adopting this tactic of, you did this to us, so we're going to do it to you. And like you said, I agree with you. It's unless there's a direct call to violence, this isn't the tactic I would use. I don't think it's a winning strategy. It just creates a cycle, much like violence, of an eye for an eye.
Yep.
But I'm not surprised it's happening.
Neither am I. And somebody in chat said that it already happened in 2020. Do you think time has stopped? Are you one of those delusional people who thinks Democrats will never get control again? Because if so, you're just wrong. Jariah, thank you. Monkey, the difference between evil and good is evil will tell you you're born to die, but good tells you you're born to live. End of message. That's fair. That is fair. But yeah, this shit can bounce right back on you. Just because it's happening to these guys right now, how do you know that you're always going to be on the side of the mob? Be careful embracing this mob shit.
Unfortunately, the cycle always continues because the people that get canceled become bitter and want revenge.
Yeah.
So you end up creating additional radicals.
For once, Jack, we're looking at a weird-looking woman, and it's not because she's going to say something really dumb and leftist.
Yeah, I saw a woman with a nose ring saying something really intelligent yesterday, and I was floored.
If it's the chick on the screen, what she says isn't intelligent.
No, that wasn't this woman. It was a girl with short black hair.
Oh, okay. All right, let's blow that up.
Alrighty, this message is for President Trump and his administration. If you stay to watch the video, please tag him down below, share, and repost so we can try to get this to him as quickly as possible and hope that he can do something with this. President Trump, as a supporter who voted for you 3 times, I am hoping and praying that you will revisit what Barack Obama and Joe Biden got rid of back in 2013, which is the Smith-Mundt Act. News corporations accountable for lying to the American people and spreading propaganda instead of truth.
Nothing she just said is true.
I did not expect it to go in this direction when I first watched it, because I got to get this message to Trump. I thought she was going to ask for some help closing that gap in her front teeth. But that's just me. That's an awful thing to say and think. I understand that. But I'm a bad person, and I make no bones about that.
The Smith-Mundt Act, let's talk about it. It's MUNDT if anybody wants to look it up. Do you know what the Smith-Mundt Act was?
Not offhand. No.
And frankly still is. They didn't get rid of it. They actually passed the Modernization Act in 2012. And the original act said that propaganda, pro-American propaganda created by the State Department could not be, that is specifically for foreigners, to try to get foreigners to like us more, could not be disseminated in the United States. They couldn't use the propaganda from the State Department in the United States to promote the United States. You could go look at it if you wanted to, but you had to make an appointment and it had to be under seal, and yet only certain times a day if the moon was right and Venus was in retrograde.
That's Mercury in retrograde, mister. Venus doesn't retrograde.
I'm not a chick. I don't know how this shit works. And the Modernization Act, which, by the way, yes, it was signed by Obama, but it was offered by a Republican, simply said, no, people can see that. That was what the Modernization Act, it was to allow that to be disseminated in the United States. That's what it was. It wasn't in any way saying that the media can't lie to you. Do you know how long the media has been lying to you?
How long's the media been around? Real fast. Thank you, Wolfgang Deo. Punch a lefty, especially if they goddamn celebrate an innocent person's death. I can either endorse or denounce that, because I don't know where on terms of service we would fall with that. So thank you, Wolfgang.
I mean, I get it, but who decides innocence? I mean, I've seen people celebrate deaths on the left, and people tell me, no, it's okay for us to do it in this instance because they were a shitty person who were never convicted of any crimes.
Yeah, there's only a few people I would deem evil enough to celebrate their death.
That doesn't mean you have to be sad at their passing.
No, it's don't make a public spectacle out of it.
Yeah.
Also, if you're going to hit somebody, don't announce it. Just, do what you got to do. I'm not your dad.
And I where's the Microsoft one? Did I not bring that up for this? Microsoft made a statement today, Jack, about this very thing. Not this chick. She'll go away in a second when I find the one I want to see. Here it is.
I was going to say, that's really weird if Microsoft made a statement about that chick.
I know. They were like, this bitch is wrong. No,
we don't like the Mundt Act. Weird.
We're aware of the views expressed by a small subset of our employees regarding recent events. We take matters like this very seriously, and we are currently reviewing each individual situation. Comments celebrating violence against anyone are unacceptable and do not align with our values. Okay. You can't celebrate violence against anyone? Like if you cheer that Soleimani got blown up, you're going to get fired from Microsoft? Because technically, by what they just said there, that would be a violation.
What if you're telling one of your coworkers about your playthrough of Wolfenstein? And you're talking about how all those Nazis died?
Yeah.
Is that a fireable offense now?
What if you say, I think Tyler Robinson should be put to death? What if that guy gets put to death, as I believe he deserves to be, and I say, I'm glad he got put to death? That is technically celebrating violence against him.
Yeah, well, I think that's more what a lot of these lefty companies are talking about when they say that. They may fire one or two people as a token. Well, let's face it, any big company, especially on the West Coast, a lot of them are incredibly left-leaning, so they'll play a little humorous game of pandering to you, but they don't feel this way. They're just saying it so they don't get in trouble.
Jiraiya says it's free speech, horrible speech, though. It is, but here's the thing. We got to be careful whether we're talking about free speech or we're talking about the principle of free speech, because those are two different things. Free speech means the government's not going to throw me in jail for what I said, which they've literally been doing since the beginning of the country, despite what it says. We've had a lot of shitbag presidents, Jack.
Well, people that want power are usually shitbags.
Yeah.
So.
But then there's a concept of free speech where, look, I don't believe speech should have no consequences at all. One, we only use the word consequence typically to mean bad stuff. Consequence can be, you can have good consequences.
Yeah.
We have an audience as a consequence of what we say.
Yeah. We've lost audience members because of what we say.
And
both good and bad consequences.
And it's a fair thing for that. And that's why if this was people going, hey, we should throw these folks in jail, that's a hard no. Hard no. Unless they actually do advocate violence. The ones who are just celebrating, trying to get attention for being shitbags. I'm not going to cry if they lose their jobs, but how would you guys feel if it was the other way? Because I know some of you, it has been before, and we've seen not all of you. Some of you have principles. But we've had people come in and go, no, it's okay in this instance because I didn't like that guy. And I said this on Twitter. The reason that I don't like the standard of because I've seen people like, oh, they should get canceled for that. And it's usually something where they said something I don't like. And that's why I don't actually take that. I always catch myself like, no. And this is why I think there has to be some kind of line there, Jack. Like actual criminal behavior. Yeah. Because otherwise, all of us have our biases.
Yeah, that feels good in the moment when you're angry. But when you look at the actual consequences of destroying somebody because of something they said and how that can be flipped around on you, you have to realize that, like you said previously, your party is not going to be in power forever. And the other side will use what you do as a template because now there's precedent for it.
Well, the fucked up part about it.
That never ends well.
The fucked up part about it is they'll pretend their version of doing it never happened. And it'll only be that they're responding to what the right did. And that's how the fucking media will play it.
Yeah, well, it's because all these... The socialists and the communists have done something very insidious. They had a long-term plan. They slowly infiltrated these places and took them over. They got into positions of power and hired people with like minds.
Yep.
If you want things to change, you're going to have to go in and do the same thing.
Thank you, Shoehorn Aplenty. You can't take away people's right to be assholes. Simon Phoenix. I don't know who Simon Phoenix is, but he's right.
Simon Phoenix is a demolition man.
Oh, okay. You can shame people. By all means, do so. I have no problem with that. The whole, everybody was mean to me on Twitter. Welcome to my fucking world, dude.
Yeah.
Go back to 2018 and disagree with Shoe publicly. See what happens to you.
Oh my God, the mob you would get.
And for the record, Shoe has never been shitty to me, not once. But some of her audience, they hated me for a few different posts that we had back and forth back in the day.
Some of her audience still hates you. What are you talking about?
Have you been paying attention to her on Twitter this week?
Yeah, it's actually been pretty interesting.
She has been just devastated. Shu has blocked me. Lindsay, do you want me to reach out to her and ask her to unblock you? She's in a very conciliatory mood right now with people that she's previously had beef with. She has new beef with other people. And I'm not. Two things. One, Shu, I love you, but paragraphs, sweetie. Paragraphs. The fuck is this? The fuck? You know how long it took me to read this with my eyes?
Oh my God. It took me like half an hour because there's no paragraph breaks. There's no indentations. There's nothing to indicate where a thought stops and starts. I was glad to see punctuation because it was starting to read like a Frank McCormick novel. Like, if you ever read The Road, there's no punctuation in that damn thing.
For the record, I'm going, if you would, that would be great. I will reach out and mention it, Lindsay. I can't promise you she'll do it, but I will. Absolutely. But if then you're a shitbag to her, I'm not talking about disagreeing, by all means disagree, but if you're a shitbag to her, no. Anyway.
That's on you.
That's on you. That's, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you can't be shitbags to people because I do that.
Yeah, I mean, don't drag us into your shitbaggery. We do enough on our own. We don't need to be accomplices. You know, that's why there's no felonies in chat. Real fast, before you get into this any further, thank you, Evolved Potato. There was a guy who went to a memorial for Charlie Kirk specifically to shout about how evil Kirk was and how he deserved it. He also shouted some BLM slogans, and he got beat. I say he deserved it. The police agreed with me since he got arrested because he went there to cause a scene.
You see, this is one of those places where what I've previously said might sound a little contradictory, but I've always said I'm not against violence in and of itself. And I do think that there are times where somebody is only talking and it is justified to punch him in the mouth. But it's a case by case kind of basis. You can't just do it for everything. I don't like, name any TV. I don't like the Kardashians. No. But if somebody is like sitting there insulting your wife in front of you and won't stop, and you've asked them nicely several times, you punch him in the mouth. I'm all right with it.
Well, and this guy had to know what he was doing and what he might be in for. He shouldn't be surprised by this. If you go to a vigil for somebody and you're screaming about how evil they were, you can expect emotions are already inflamed. It's called incitement. You're out there to cause trouble.
Yeah.
And then somebody responds, you don't get a bitch about it later. It should be expected if you're at a highly emotional event.
I hear you, but I also think whoever hit him probably should catch a minor charge for assault. Because
battery,
whatever account or goes there. Because even in my example, where if you punch somebody in the mouth, if you get arrested for it, that's the price you pay for being a man and defending your wife.
Yeah. Well, incitement's a real tricky thing. So, because the police do have the discretion there, and I think they realized this guy was there to cause trouble, and he was hoping probably to make a name for himself. So you go to a place where emotions are inflamed like that, and you start screaming dumb shit, and he's riding his bike around, you shouldn't be too surprised if somebody responds. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying you should not be shocked by that. And I understand why people would beat the fuck out of the guy.
So do I, but I mean, you're literally asking for it.
Yeah.
But
and he's probably going to farm it for social media clout anyway. He's probably filming it. But, I don't know.
The people who hit him, I do. I think they should probably catch a small charge for it. Misdemeanor battery, depending on I didn't see the video, so I don't know how bad they beat him, but
a lot of people hit him, so he probably took quite a few lumps.
But that's one of those things where, as a human, look, sometimes we do things we know we're wrong, but there's a principle involved, right? Like,
yeah,
King went to jail many times for violating really stupid fucking laws. he knew he was going to get arrested, and he didn't come out and be like, I shouldn't have got arrested for that. He just went, it was worth it to bring attention to this so that we can fix the problem. Sometimes the punishment is worth the crime.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure a fine would have been, worthwhile, but maybe littering or
It's like, you punched him, you got to give the county $10.
yeah. I'm sure there's a charge that
Actually
is appropriate, but I don't think I don't think they should be facing any real heavy punishment.
No, because he was asking for it, and I do believe that in that case he's the one that deserves the most punishment.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just like if anybody would have ever beat the shit out of, what was that church called? The Westboro. If anybody beat the fuck out of Westboro Baptist Church, I would have been like, those people probably deserve a $10 fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's understandable because they're being so inflammatory that they're trying to provoke a response.
Yep.
When you're trying to provoke a response, you don't get to be whining later that there was a response.
Anyhow, the reason I wanted to bring up this one from Shu is because I've seen this from a lot of people recently, and I'm not going to read any of it. That's why I dropped the link so you guys can go read it yourselves. Again, because Shu, paragraphs, and it is a little rambly at parts, but her basic overall statement here is that for 10 years, she's thought that what's been said about the left is hyperbolic and that they aren't actually the angry, violent shitbags that they appear to be.
What? So she's delusional.
Well, if you're on, she still agrees with them politically.
Yeah,
and
of course.
She is a throwback to something we've mentioned that probably sounds like a myth to some of you, but lefties who are even full-blown commies who aren't involved in, hey, we should violently overthrow. They just hear the ideology and go, oh, that makes sense to me. I'm a good person. Clearly, people who think like me are a good person. Because I don't want that violence, so clearly nobody else wants to. And she's also seen tons of people get called Nazis who clearly aren't Nazis, so, people are just being, hyperbolic. And then she saw the reaction to Kirk's death. And from what I understand, they knew each other and were friendly. Not friends, but friendly as far as I know. And this hit her really, really, really hard. I've seen so many people like this who thought they were. It's literally that meme from that British show. Are we the baddies?
Yeah.
For those of you who don't know that reference, it's two Germans from World War II talking to each other. Are we the baddies? I've seen lots of people come to this realization that yes, a lot of the people that are called Nazis are not anywhere close to Nazi. But the people who are called shitbags on the left, I'm not being hyperbolic when I say Hassan Piker is a shitbag who celebrates the death of people he doesn't like and is a terrorist supporter.
Yeah.
And I bring him up, Jack, because I got into an argument today.
What?
I
I'm
know.
shocked and or appalled.
It's over the Hassan clip that we've talked about several times in the last couple of days, but where he calls for the death of Rick Scott. And it comes up because of I think it's a Variety article this time.
Vanity Fair.
Vanity Fair. Thank you. Now I have to find my, God damn, I was busy on Twitter today. Once again, we have one of these stupid ass media outlets, Hassan Piker. Charlie Kirk and his political ideology deserve an honest assessment. I saw a clip of you where you repeated lies about Charlie Kirk, took shit right out of context. Oh, did you see that a bookstore said they're no longer carrying Stephen King novels?
No.
I forget the name of it. So much today. Why did they have to do that Piers Morgan video today? Stephen King came out and said Charlie Kirk said gay people should be stoned to death.
Yeah.
And I pointed out to you guys yesterday, it's not even close to what he said.
Nope.
Stephen King came out and said, I apologized. He never said that. But some bookstore said, we are appalled to learn you're like this. How did you not know? And we're no longer going to be carrying your books. It doesn't hurt him. Stephen King's a millionaire multiple times over.
Yeah.
His bitch ass is going to die just as rich as he is right now.
But he's got a new movie coming out.
He does. And I think this is really going to hurt that movie, the way that he acts, because he's a shitbag.
Yeah.
Dangerous, thank you. My challenge to the media: if you think Charlie was 1, transphobic, interview his friend Buck Angel; 2, homophobic, interview his friend Dave Rubin, and so on. Dishonest cunts won't do that, though. No, of course they won't. Of course they won't. And if they did, they would be like, "But he said this," and like Hassan here, not put anything in context. So anyway, I respond to this say of course, you shitbags platform a guy who literally told people they need to kill a member of Congress to get their way. And somebody told me that never happened. So I went and got the fucking video. Now, you can find this 100 different places, but Libs of TikTok was the first one that came up, so I used it.
There's about $50 billion estimated that are lost every year in Medicaid, just in fraud alone. No.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. Okay? You wouldn't.
Oops.
Now, his little bitch ass follower told me, no, he didn't tell his fans to kill Rick Scott if they wanted to get their way. He said it to Mike Johnson. Yeah, I'm sure Mike Johnson was tuned into the show that day.
Like he always does.
What he says is, if you cared about Medicaid/Medicare fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. So let's say you're not Mike Johnson and you're watching that clip and you care about Medicaid and Medicare fraud. You were looking for a solution. What solution would you come away with from watching that clip?
A final one?
Yeah. But he gets away with this because, no, he was just responding to. It doesn't matter who he was responding to. His solution to Medicare fraud is murdering a senator. Now, nobody. He didn't tell his audience to do it. He literally said, if you care about it, kill him.
Yeah, he's the darling of Twitch, though.
And Vanity Fair and Politico, GQ. Who else have we seen? Rolling Stone. Who else has pumped up this prick lately? The New York Times. The ones. This is relevant to what we're going to get to, and to the title, and to the thumbnail. This both sides bullshit. If there was any justice in this world, Hassan's career would have died with Charlie Kirk. He would have become a fucking pariah. Nobody would want to be. Ma'am Donnie is smart enough to be like, no, I don't want to talk about him. That cunt was running all around New York City, rubbing balls with his little friend Hassan. And he got asked about it the other day, and he's like, no, I don't want to talk about that. He's smart enough to get it, but the mainstream media doesn't care. They're still pumping this prick up. But don't worry, guys. Donald Trump called Rosie O'Donnell fat, so clearly he's the one that causes violence. I wish I was making that up and that I wasn't being hyperbolic, but that's what you'll be told by the media. They've repeated it over and over and over again.
We could probably combine 2 Trump quotes. She's fat on both sides.
Yes, there you go.
Sorry.
Trump said she's fat on both sides. All right, let's get to our main event here. I'm sure there was other stuff I had. Well, before we get to it, do you have anything, Jack?
Wasn't expecting that question. Did you see that article I sent you about the barbecue?
The barbecue.
Yeah, there's a barbecue place in Cincinnati.
Yes. That was one of the ones that I did look at. a guy who, depending on who you ask, he's either a major shareholder or a minor shareholder in a barbecue place, said some horrible shit about Charlie Kirk. And when he got pushed back, he's like, fuck you guys, you can't do nothing to me. And now he's basically gone into hiding, and the company's like, we have nothing to do with him anymore.
Yeah, he got fired from his own company. I want to thank Ryan for sending that in, because I hadn't heard that story.
The funny part about it, if there's a funny part, is that the company got called out because they're like, he's no longer associated. You can't just fire a co-owner like that. There's a lot that is involved with removing somebody like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so they had to come out and issue a statement. I forget what news source that was you sent me, Jack. But they said to the news source, he's gone. There's just some legal work to do. So he's still not gone, but
I think that they're probably going to commit to that one with as much blowback as they got.
Well, here's the thing. For anybody who's cheering that, please understand what's going to happen. He's going to get a fat payout. They're going to have to buy him out. He owns part of the company.
Yeah.
They can't just take it from him unless there's some kind of clause in the agreement to form the company that you did like that. He has equity in that company and they have to pay him for it.
Yeah.
So great, he's gone, but he's just going to sit back and rest on that money.
With the level of bitterness he seemed to express, I think he'll just sit around and stew.
Oh, probably.
So some of these people are fucking scum.
This isn't like one of these, like some barista at Starbucks losing her job. This guy is wealthy and Evolved Potato, thank you. There was this idiot of Twitter saying the day before Kirk got shot, the right-wing moderates are just as bad as the extremists because the moderates will follow along with the extremists. Today he said, don't blame the moderate lefties for extremists. Was this Nancy Pelosi by chance?
Was it her husband's boyfriend?
Oh my God, that came up again. In Destiny was apparently arguing with XQC. Yeah. And I think it comes up here several times too. So Piers Morgan, I will drop the link if anybody wants to watch the full thing. We're going to watch parts of it that I'm planning on watching, and then maybe we'll watch some others, but we're not watching the full thing. We got Dave Rubin, Chunky Yogurt, some chick I've never heard of.
That's Unger Sargon. That's her last name.
Oh, yeah, no idea. Never seen her before this. And then some other dude I don't know. Piers Morgan is the one way over on the left, if anybody's wondering who I skipped. But they're talking about what's happened to Charlie and who's caused the violence and stuff. And when I accidentally closed this, I lost my marker.
Keep an eye on Chank's face on some of these clips too.
I want to get, I think it's right. Hold on. I want to get this guy. So they show these people saying really horrible shit right before this little dweeb talks. Am I in the right spot? I think, yeah. I had this all set up, Jack, and I accidentally closed it.
Yeah, it happens.
I was professional for once, and even then I fuck it up.
What did we learn? Just stop trying.
Stop trying. Embrace the mediocrity that is my YouTube career. So there's those clips. All right.
Be more examples like this, but we've seen teachers, we've seen hospital executives, we've seen people who want to run places like the Oxford University Union, for example, and so on, all coming out with similar gleeful celebration at the murder of a 31-year-old father of two young children. I find it utterly despicable, but also quite terrifying, actually.
And for the record, I do not doubt Piers Morgan saying this. Piers has been very, consistent when it comes to political violence. I think sometimes he goes too far in what he's describing as political violence, or is just embracing the media narrative, like with January 6th. But I can't think of somewhere, and maybe there's a clip that I've missed, but I can't think of one where he's been like, no, this time it was okay.
That they're so brazenly doing this. What is your reaction to that?
Well, Piers, my reaction is that I think it's reprehensible. And I think it is part of a much wider pattern of behavior driven by partly social media, but in particular the hyperpolarization of American politics, which is part of a big trend of legitimizing violence, of making violence an acceptable means of prosecuting your politics.
Okay. So far, I don't disagree with him. It is a part of...
You got to wait for the other shoe to drop.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
And actually, it's not until after this guy here, and I forget his name, the one in the Angry Patriot shirt here, after he talks, that I really want to get to, but I want to give this guy a chance to be as human as he can pretend to be. Did you just dehumanize him? Yep. Fuck this guy. Anyway.
I would disagree, possibly with you, possibly with other members of the panel, is that this is somehow just confined to the left, or the idea.
Literally 2 seconds later, you got to say some stupid shit. Okay, 1, political violence is not confined to the left. It's not. There have been some violent right-wingers out there. The difference is right-wing violence is universally condemned. How many people in Congress, Republicans in Congress, after January 6th, like, oh my God, I can't believe Trump did this. And in the media, like, no, any right-wing violence, look what they did. To the point that they're still bringing up January 6th, 4.5 years later, as some kind of weird justification for the murder of Charlie Kirk. Now, how does the media treat left-wing violence? I mean, MSNBC, the man has just been shot, and they have an asshole on there going, he deserved it. And while they did fire him, not a single fucking person on that broadcast called him out for that bullshit. Not one.
The monkey, the left doesn't commit violence, they redistribute life force.
The left has a monopoly on their violence being okay. It's in the media. It's all over the place. It's, hey, get out in the street. Stay in the street. I can't believe there's not more revolution. That was their reaction to the violent BLM riots. And then one day in January, like, oh my God, I can't believe this horrible thing happened. This is worse than the Civil War and 9/11, Hiroshima combined. That is the difference. And that's what we're talking. And this is why I really need people, sorry, Dave, like Dave, to stop talking about this. Because you guys miss the big point there. Every time these assholes say this stupid shit, that needs to be pointed out. That needs to be driven home, that the difference isn't that, no, there's nobody on the right who does violence. It's that nobody justifies it. And the closest they come to that, is what happened to Paul Pelosi. Paul Pelosi got beat by a hammer by some crazed right-winger.
Boyfriend.
But part of that is that right there is that some people were like, wait, they were in their underwear at 1 o'clock in the morning and the police show up and Paul was like, hi, guys.
Now, that guy was just getting in disguise. He had to blend in. He was going gray man so that he blended in with the people around him. And that was only Paul who was in his underwear. So he had stripped down. That's totally what happened.
There's some weird shit that was going on. And this little prick, he's going to bring up that Don Jr. tweeted that his Halloween costume was a pair of underwear and a hammer. It's a vile joke, but it's a joke.
Yeah, I got to admit, I did kind of laugh at that one.
I did too. I laugh at vile jokes. I love Jimmy Carr, man.
Oh, fucking Jimmy Carr's my spirit animal.
Right? You know the difference here, though? Pelosi didn't die. That doesn't mean you can justify what happened to him, but this is not apples and oranges here.
That this is just happening on the left. Yes, there have been examples of that. We've just seen it just now. I was disgusted
Sure
at the
you were.
reaction to what happened with Luigi Manzioni earlier in the year. Very similar sort of phenomenon.
Yeah.
But let's see where it's happened in other parts of the right. Do you remember what happened with Paul Pelosi, for example?
Yeah.
Nancy Pelosi's husband almost killed to death. What was the reaction?
Almost killed to death. I hate when I'm almost killed to death, man. I prefer it when I'm killed not to death.
Well, I hate it when I'm killed to death and then resurrected to be killed again. And I'm like my ghost is killed into life and then killed again. It's a whole thing. Killed to death. Fucking retard. Learn to talk if you're going to be on one of these shows.
Look, we all make mistakes talking, but if you're going to say other stupid shit like that, then I am going to make fun of you when you say something stupid like killed to death. Anyhow.
Of not just some random left-wing accounts, not some teacher, not whatever, but Don Jr., Donald Trump Jr. He decided to put out a picture of a hammer and some underpants and say, I've got my Paul Pelosi Halloween costume tonight.
How many? Go ahead, you first.
This would be the perfect time to pull up that T-shirt that they were selling with Charlie Kirk getting shot in the neck.
I didn't even see that.
Oh, yeah. Somebody was selling that.
How about how many news organizations went live right as we heard about Pelosi getting attacked and said he brought it on himself? How many?
Ooh, that's going to be none, Chief.
How many news organizations condemned what Don Jr. tweeted? Many, it was condemned in Congress, Jack.
Yeah.
How many people how many Democratic members of Congress have come out and spoken against what that guy said on MSNBC? Granted, Don Jr. gets a bigger audience than MSNBC, so do we. But it's the mainstreaming of the violence that's the difference. And this is something that has got to be driven home. Because otherwise, all they're going to do is the next time that there's some crazed right-winger, and there will be another one. They're like,
yeah.
see, it's your guys' guy. Anyway.
This is the wider legitimization of violence that we're seeing. And let's just have a look. I mean, let's talk about some accounts that I've been looking at. You've been horrified what you've seen on Twitter, some stuff I've seen on Blue Sky, some stuff I've seen on X over the course of the last 24 hours. Liberals can never be allowed to run this country again. How can you coexist with people that want to murder you? If you vote Democrat at this point, you're a demonic, evil person.
Which part of that do you agree or disagree with, dude? I mean, okay, let's take off that last part. Let's take off the Democrats are demonic, evil people. Many of them
I
are.
agree with that one.
But the first two, that how do you live with people who want to kill you?
I don't see the issue with that statement.
That is a valid question.
Yeah, that is a statement by somebody that's concerned for their safety. I don't get what the issue with that one is.
We live in a country where you have people saying Charlie Kirk deserved to die because he wasn't LGBT friendly enough. He didn't go in for their bullshit. He actually believed the book that he based his life on, which billions of other people do too.
Yeah, and have for 2,000 years.
You deserve to die for not being in their camp. Jack, compared to Charlie Kirk, we have said way fucking worse shit about gay people and trans folks around here.
And straight people in every
yeah.
ethnicity. I mean, we're pretty foul people. I mean, compared
by
to Charlie
their
Kirk,
standards,
yeah,
we should be killed.
Well, I mean, I don't doubt they believe that, but I don't believe that.
Neither do I. But point being, how do you live with people who think you should die just because of a disagreement like that?
Yeah, it's the hypocrisy from the lefties is astonishing.
Anyway,
I will support whatever saves our country. Trump has a blank check as far as I'm concerned. I could go on, I could go on, and I could go on. And I
well, which of those things? Okay, they said live. That's not violent. How do you live with people who want to kill you? Again, not violent. What was the third one? Democrats are evil. Little dehumanizing. And the final one is I support anything that makes things better. Trump has a blank check. Not violent.
Yeah, I don't. None of those were insightful.
No.
It's calling Democrats evil and demonic. It's hyperbolic, but it's not insightful. They're not saying, go take action against these people and exercise them from living. No, nobody said that.
For the record, this is in response to the videos that we didn't watch, but they just did, where people were celebrating the death of Charlie. Calling that evil, that's, again, maybe you can call it dehumanizing. I would say no, that's just honest, because they are fucking evil. The people who are doing that shit are fucking evil.
could give a list of all of the many occasions we've seen in recent years of right-wing, hard-right, far-right terrorism that we saw against what happened in Minnesota. I mentioned Paul Pelosi, Josh Shapiro. In fact, I disagree with just as a matter of fact. Investigators found in the Shapiro case online activity and writings that included extreme right-wing, anti-Semitic conspiracy theories and rhetoric against Shapiro, who is, of course...
Okay, now show me all of the politicians and media who defended it. I'll wait. I got all day. I don't got a real job. This is the shit that they pull. Like, look, there was some violence. Yeah, violence happens. Left, right, center, violence happens.
What?
Which side is out there saying it's okay when their side does it? Yeah. We didn't even see that in January 6th, Jack. The closest you get to that is that the people didn't turn violent until the police shot at them. The people who were arguing against the narrative of how horrible January 6th was were saying, no, most people there were not violent at all.
Yeah.
They weren't excusing, I guess that might be a little bit of excusing the violence, but their main overall point is that the majority of the people there weren't doing anything. They walked through the Capitol. They stood on the Capitol grounds. Like, I have all kinds of lists. Okay, that's fine. Let's just say violence happens. Who gets rewarded for it? Who gets their whole lives ruined if there's even a hint of it? And who gets ascended to the top of Twitch hierarchy?
Jewish and a Democrat, and in Michigan, and even in the last 24 hours or so, what do we see from Laura Loomer on Ilhan Omar, the Democratic Congresswoman, Laura Loomer being a very senior MAGA person? At the end of the day, everyone needs to...
Loomer is not a senior MAGA person.
That's delusional if you think Laura Loomer is that influential in MAGA.
She is a dick rider that Trump keeps around for his ego. And even that, I mean, last we heard she was banned from the White House. Reported. Allegedly.
Air quotes, allegedly.
Allegedly, yeah.
Realize that Ilhan Omar is a bloodthirsty Muslim terrorist sympathizer who has no place in our country. Her presence in Congress is a national security threat, and she's an enemy from within. So please...
I hate to agree with Laura Loomer, but what'd she get wrong there, homie?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of on board with that statement, especially with the stuff Omar has said over the years.
This is the woman who literally said that 9/11 was some people did something.
Yeah.
That. All right, sure.
The idea that there is some sort of asymmetry on this. The fact of the matter is, America and indeed the UK as well, we've got into a really negative cycle here where basically the temperature goes up and it goes up and it goes up. And then sometimes some of the people who are responsible for that turn around and go, God, I can't believe it's so hot in here. Everyone needs to pull back from the brink. Social media needs to actually be reformed and needs to be changed. Elon Musk has been pretty responsible for some of this stuff that we've seen as well. So
I don't like this man.
Me neither. He's a cunt.
let's not pretend. If we pretend that this is just a problem of the left or of liberalism or of wokeism or whatever you want to say, this problem is not going to be any better or get any better. Let's use.
As this guy's talking, I want you guys to think about what me and Jack have told you about how if you act like them, it'll be received in the media.
Yeah, we're not saying that just because, you know, it sounds good or it's a good talking point. It's about perception. Perception is what average people are seeing and hearing about you. It makes a big difference. Most people aren't paying attention to what's going on. So they just absorb a little bit. Like Roy Rogers said, I only know what they tell me in the newspapers.
Yeah.
And
Frank,
if you're
thank you.
just absorbing that, what do you expect?
Frank, thank you. He was almost right, but then he blamed the wrong side. Yes, exactly. No, and that's true. So many people don't pay attention. Stephen King tweeted out that Charlie Kirk said gay people should be stoned to death. The man knows how to use the internet. That video is still online. You can go look and see what Charlie actually said. But he heard it somewhere, so it must be true.
Yeah, especially with older people, that's very common. They trust the media pretty much implicitly. So why would that nice man lie to me about this? Why would that nice Rachel Maddow fella lie to me?
Thank you, Dangerous. The blank check one is, at best, not decrying violence that has yet to be done or even declared. It is not calling for it. The left are saying, who are we shooting next? And that is not decried. Yes, exactly. Let's say, I won't use that. Let's just get back to this idiot.
Use this as a moment for all of us to look within ourselves and decide to be better.
All right, you little cunt. I do not need to look inside myself because of this and be better. I haven't encouraged this. I've spoke out about people celebrating the deaths of people who died of natural fucking causes. This ain't, don't lump me in with you, fucker. I'm not only like this when I'm being performative on Piers Morgan's show. I'm always like this. What we need to do is not let shitbags like you reframe things and pretend that you guys don't cheer the fuck on when the left is doing horrible shit. The reaction to the 2020 riots was for members of fucking Congress, the soon-to-be Vice President of the United States, going out there and telling people to keep doing it. How many politicians, after any stripe of politician, left, right, center, after January 6th said, go back to the Capitol and take it back over? Name me fucking one. For you guys to pretend that there's some disparity, it's not pretending, you fucking piece of shit. It's the reality of the world.
Do you have that meme of the little stick man looking at the board?
Which one?
It says both sides, and there's like 4 hashes
Oh,
on one side and a million on the other.
I don't have my Twitter open, but I can grab that one real fast.
That is the most appropriate meme I've seen in a long time that like really hits it on the head.
God damn, I tweeted a lot today. There it is. That one. Yeah, it says, see, both sides do it. There's literally no difference between them. Frank, thank you. Could the left speak without projection? No. And this is something you have to this is why me and Jack call them commies.
They are.
They are. And one of the commies' greatest propaganda tricks is to blame their opponents for what they're doing. And the left has been doing this for decades. So, yeah. Robert Trump dies and they cry, wrong Trump. Yeah. Well, look, there are many compilations you can find out there of blue sky and people saying, do Trump next, do who else about just name a right winger and there's somebody on blue sky going, kill them next. But don't worry, it's exactly the same. There's no disparity in the way that political violence is in America, or I guess in.
Okay, we've been joined on the panel by PBD podcast Angry Patriot, Vincent O'Shannessy. Vinny, great to have you back on our sense. I'm sorry it's in such circumstances that we're talking on this Friday. But your response to what Lewis Goodall said, that this is a problem on all sides. That
Okay, now we're going to get into an area where I might not have a lot to say because I agree with a lot of. It's really hard to do these sometimes because he has people on that I do agree with. So just bear with us until we get to what this fucking piece of shit says next.
political violence has been ratcheting up, and that there's a collective issue that needs to be dealt with.
Well, Piers, thank you for having me, and hello to everybody on the panel. Piers, I'm sorry, but trying to compare a photo of a Pelosi hammer for a Halloween thing to somebody getting shot in the neck in front of his family at a campus is unbelievable. The fact that you're trying to...
He's giggling about him saying that that's a horrible comparison.
Yeah. Yeah. These are disgusting, vile people. This is why I think a lot of people on the left are evil. They've been corrupted in their almost to their soul with the way they're indoctrinated. It is very much a cult. Communism is a religion. I don't care about what anybody else says.
Ninja says people are saying Charlie's wife needs to be next. Oh, the left was pissed about her statement.
Oh yeah, her speech. Oh, man, that was hard to watch.
For two reasons, for me at least. It was so heavy on the Jesus talk, and I get it, and I did expect it, but very heavy on the Jesus talk. But at the end, when she tells the story about her 3-year-old asking where daddy is, I had to turn away from the screen, and man, that was fucking hard. That was hard.
Yeah,
but yeah, these shitbags are all mad because instead of her going, we need to come together, she's like, we're going to fucking fight. I'm paraphrasing.
Well, I mean, yeah, I would have actually laughed if she had said that. But no, and I get why, she was trying so hard not to break down at so many points in there. And doing that at his desk where he did his podcast,
yeah,
that had to be really hard for her.
The way she kept touching the chair.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. That was hard to watch. And when Fugi had tweeted out, that's what I responded. Like, this is going to be hard to watch. And then watch it. Like, yep, it was.
I saw a clip from, I think it was Fox News. Somebody was telling the story that she had given Charlie this cross necklace, and he wore it every day, and now she's wearing it.
Yeah, I can see
when
that.
I heard that, I was like, dude, you're going to make me cry. That's fucking awful. Because I know what that's like. I had 3 deaths in 3 years of family members. Actually, technically 5, but a couple of relatives I didn't, know there to talk to that much. And I lost a couple of friends in that time frame too. So I get it. And hearing that, man, I was like, that's one of those little things that can really move people. And I know that some of these fucking savages will see that and they'll laugh. And it's fucking disgusting. I'm done.
Gigi Evan, thank you. The Pelosi getting hammered is a regular occurrence, especially for Nancy. That's true. I should have played that video. Somebody took the video and did some AI editing to it. And it was fucking amazing.
Oh, I thought you were going to say they added the song Hammer Time to it.
No, fuck it. Let me find it real fast because it is funny and I could use a humorous break. Here it is. There.
Cannot take responsibility for the minds that are out there and how they hear it.
Other Democrats are quickly calling for gun control before we have the full picture of the alleged assassin. John?
All right. Mike Emanuel for us. Mike has always been.
Oh, that was gross.
I laughed way too hard at that. But it was great. So AI is not all bad, Jack.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to the smiling retard here. Well, okay. Smiling retard's in the middle. The guy talking is not the smiling retard.
To make the two comparison is absurd. Okay. And if we want to, since you're on the left and you have those beliefs, give me something that the left is positive about. Because from what we're seeing, they're pro-abortion, they're pro-celebrating assassination, they're pro-open border. Give me something positive that the left is running on. Because at the end of the day, they're at the Democrats' 35-year low approval rating. And Piers, I have to.
He's not wrong in what he's saying. It's just irrelevant to the topic at hand.
Yeah. They're also pro-rape and murder for the.
Absolutely. Especially if children are involved.
Yeah. Well, child sex trafficking too, because remember, they want to keep all these sainted illegals in that are doing all that.
Mm-hmm.
Go a little bit deeper. I have to go. This isn't about left. This isn't about right. Charlie was a proponent. He was a Christian praising Jesus Christ everywhere that he went. And I think.
Okay, I didn't pay a lot of attention to him, so I do have to say I disagree. This is about left versus right. Specifically because the left are dirty shitbags who keep celebrating violence and encouraging it. And I've called out some of the times where I've seen people do the same on the right, but it's a very small minority of people who usually have like no. It's not fucking Fox News doing it.
That's where we are, Piers. Ephesians chapter 6, verse 12 says, "For we not wrestle with flesh and blood," Piers. It's principalities, it's evil, it's dark forces in high places. And it drives me crazy, Piers, that we've gotten to this point. And when Tim Walz and these people are like, well, I woke up, I wanted to hear bad news. Hearing TMZ lying when their freaking people are back there cheering of a murder of a guy that did what, Piers? He went to college campuses. He was peaceful. He just wanted to have
Yeah, there's another example. We watched it, but I keep forgetting to bring up the TMZ folks cheering when Charlie died.
Yeah, that was disgusting. I used to have some respect for Harvey Levin as an entertainer, but not after that.
By the way, it was finally found out what car chase was involved, and that car chase ended 40 minutes later.
Yeah. The weaponized autism of the internet debunked that bullshit real quick, which anybody with a rational brain would have, figured out they were making up. That they came up with that as an excuse.
Do you know
the fact that Levin didn't fire those guys on the spot says all you need to know about TMZ.
Yeah, no. Instead, he made excuses for him.
Yeah. And it's sticking to the bullshit lie.
Do you know the chances? It could happen. It absolutely could happen that you just happen to be caught on tape and they're watching a football game in the back and they start cheering right as a horrible story comes over to you. But you know the odds of that happening?
I think you'd have better luck getting hit by a meteor and lightning at the exact same moment.
And he didn't even go with the sport. I would have said they're watching sports because people cheer at weird times all the time. No, he went with a car chase.
I think somebody came up with that in a panic because they made that excuse within minutes. So somebody came up with that at the last minute trying to do damage control.
Yep.
Now they're stuck with it.
What were they cheering for? 40 minutes left in the car chase. Did somebody get a good pass or something? What happened?
No, it was a preemptive cheer. They had a pre-crime unit looking at it.
They had the precogs involved.
Yeah.
Ah, shit. Anyway.
A debate, a conversation, and it is the left. Okay, when Joe Biden got diagnosed with colon cancer, who was celebrating? How many thousands of people were out there praying and hoping for this guy to recover? Okay, no, there's something that's captured, Pierre. That image, that montage that you played, did you see the eyes of these people?
Yeah.
They are captured by something dark and they don't even know it, Piers. That's where we are. And I want to say something, Piers, before.
This little fucker, I'm gonna get in trouble. So I'm gonna punch him if he keeps having these reactions. I mean, he brings up the horrible shit those people are saying, and he pulls a feminist.
Yeah, it's the smug arrogance that we see so much from these people. They are so superior to you that when they do something, no matter how deplorable it looks from an average person, they think you just don't understand. You don't get the nuance or intricacies of a sophisticated person like myself. It's part of the brainwashing of we can never do anything wrong because we are morally correct. It's a dangerous mentality.
It really is. Hey, Sean, how you doing tonight, my friend?
Hey, Sean.
Charlie was not murdered. He was martyred. And I want to say this in the Bible, and I'm sorry, I never was this guy, Piers, but we're at the tipping point. We are here, and we have to understand that it's God or you're on the opposite side. And Revelation.
I take umbrage with that.
Yeah, but he's a religious person, so
I get it.
I've dealt with a lot of these guys over the years, and you just kind of roll with it and move on.
I hear you, but I can't let that slide. I'm agnostic. I'm not religious in any way, and the idea that I'm either good or evil for that, fuck you.
Well, black and white thinking is not actually that endorsed in the Bible, but it is what gets us to these kind of places where your opponents are evil. I was actually really impressed with a lot of lefties who came out and said, sharing this is disgusting. Please stop. Like hardcore lefties.
Yeah.
So that was actually a lot more reassuring to me that maybe there is some hope. And it made me a little less black-pilled, actually seeing some lefties come out and condemn the behavior of their fellow commies.
Yeah, I just don't put me in league with these shitbags just because I don't believe in your God, homie.
Chapter 6, verse 9-10 basically says, when a martyr's blood hits the throne of heaven, it turns the vengeance of the king towards the evil ones on earth. So for all the people that want to get mad and do something, stay calm and be easy, because God at the end of the day, Piers, has vengeance on all these people that are spilling innocent blood.
Are you really saying that the American right, the Trump right, MAGA, has not got a problem with political violence?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah. That's where he went.
What? I'm glad I didn't watch this whole episode, dude. I probably would have broke a monitor.
Yeah, look, I saw the clips that were going around. There's two of them with Dave there talking about what the left has done with different titles and thumbnails for videos. He goes after Cenk pretty hard for some of his.
Yeah,
and then
trends through the whole thing.
I forget who the other one is he's talking about when he names the different things, but as I always do, I'm like, well, fuck it, I'm gonna go watch the whole thing. And I didn't make it through the whole thing. We're coming up to where I stopped watching and it's like, fuck it, I'm talking about this.
Real quick, I gotta grab a couple here before they fall off.
Sure.
Thank you, Frank. Sounds like she's got Trump's fire now. I've calmed down, but between him being murdered, people justifying it, the video of the Ukrainian girl dying, people pretending it wasn't real or saying that's what she gets for supporting BLM. I'm ready. I was ready, Deus Vault. Thank you again, Frank. I heavily doubt there is a God, but I was still ready for Deus Vault. Well, that's ironic. Also have been wondering if there are this many demonic people. Maybe there is a God. I'm glad I've calmed down. I think I still think there are a lot of evil people. Well, that's the thing. There have always been evil people, but a lot of them are really good at masking who they are. In times like this, that mask slips because bad people can't help but celebrate the death of their enemies.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when they're killed in a horrible way. Like if you celebrate the death of somebody that murders people, that's understandable. That's a bad person dying. But if you celebrate a person that just talks to people who is gunned down in front of his kids, you're the bad guy. That's all there is to it. I'm sorry. That issue to me can be black and white.
When it comes to celebrating somebody's death, if it's somebody that I absolutely don't like, but they're not like that, you know, they haven't actually killed anybody or anything, I'll just not talk about it, because nothing good's going to come from it, and I don't see the point in celebrating somebody's death just because I didn't like them.
Yeah.
Now, if it's an evil, murderous fucker, then hell yeah, I'm not against celebrating death. I'm against celebrating death especially in a case like this, where it's like, he said words I didn't like.
Yeah, it's the difference between celebrating the death of Saddam Hussein and some guy that wrote a book you didn't like. You know, there's just words. Like when Stephen King dies, I'm not going to celebrate. I'll just be like, oh yeah, he died. Well, he was old. Oh, that sucks for his family.
I won't have a kind word to say.
No, but I'm not going
to be mean about it either.
Yeah, I'm not going to go piss on his grave or anything. I mean, that's death is a tragedy for the families, but not everybody deserves to be, you know, gunned down or cut down.
Yeah. Dangerous says, I'm telling you to stay calm. See, the right has a problem with violence. Yes, that's exactly what just happened here.
Yep.
Vinny is like, hey, don't do anything. God will take care of it. And this guy's like, are you really saying there's not a problem with violence on your side? Yeah. This is why this is title you can't spell both sides without BS.
Yeah.
Are you comparing us, who, by the way,
no, I'm asking
for how many years? Have 10 years? Hold on. Are you comparing the two? Hold on. I'm not saying that the right doesn't get violence, but show me where they're celebrating the murder of a father on a campus. Give it to me. Who celebrate Luigi Mangione, where he's in magazines and girls want to marry him and want to be with him?
No, you just have the president of the United States' son. You just have the president of the United States' son tweeting out a picture of a hammer, making fun of a guy who nearly got killed because of a right-wing maniac. Please.
Nearly got killed. It's like he keeps missing that part. Okay, you want to say it was wrong for people to take pleasure in that? You're probably right. Now, can we go back to the two people he mentioned being murdered? How many people were like, oh, I desperately need to fuck that guy who hit Pelosi with the hammer?
Oh, maybe Taylor Lorenz.
I don't remember anybody saying that.
No.
But yeah, hey, these are totally the same thing. Get fucked, you limey shitbag.
Do not tell me that somehow one side is more morally superior than the other. This is not.
No.
And just while we're talking about, excuse me, sir.
I'll say it. At this point, one side is morally superior to the other.
And more morally consistent.
Yep. And it's why I call it out when I see people not being. You know what I haven't seen very much of on the left? People calling it out. People like Shu are rare.
Yeah. It does give you a little glimmer of hope, but it's not enough of them. Too many people are out there celebrating a murder. That's a sickness within society.
And too many more people are like this little shitbag. Like, yeah, that's horrible. But
oh yeah, well, the but is the justification for it.
Yes, thank you. Just it's horrible. The end.
While we're talking about political
who is doing the assassinations?
What about January the 6th? What about January the 6th, where a MAGA mob decided to try to use violence to overthrow democracy?
To overthrow democracy. That is such a stupid fucking talking point.
Yep. Jack, can you remind me who got killed on January 6th?
Ashley Babbitt and some lady that had like a heart attack or a drug overdose or something.
Yeah.
That oh, and 5 police officers who ate their guns like weeks later, probably unrelated, or had a stroke.
This is 4.5 years later, and to prove that the other side, you don't have anything else since then. I mean, you brought up Pelosi, which is something that did happen since then, but you still got to go back to January 6th for your big one. Now, I don't know if he's going to do it, but I have already seen somebody bring up Charlottesville.
Oh, Christ, still?
I'm not kidding. Yeah, still.
Now, I can understand the Minnesota thing they're trying to frame as a right-winger, which I don't really buy that one too much. But Charlottesville, really? You got to go that far back? Do you want to dust off some, like, murders in the South next? Like, what are we going to do? Go back to, the school bombing from, like, the 60s?
Cenk brings up Charlottesville. Yeah, I didn't watch far enough. Okay, I'm not shocked.
Cenk,
but
man.
let's deal with the Minnesota one. How many people came out and celebrated that she was murdered?
I don't think anybody. Maybe a newsroom so they could blame the right wing. Like, oh, we could spin this. That would be the extent of it. Nobody was celebrating that shit. Maybe a handful of isolated toothless retards in some extremist group.
How many MAGA women were out there talking about how wet he made them?
Yeah, that didn't happen.
Yeah, stop with this bullshit. I'm so tired of it. Because the best that I've seen people say to try to besmirch the right on that is nobody came out and decried it. And that's because they were too stupid to actually look and see if anybody did.
Well, they don't look at opposing views. The left, like in most cults, the communists only look at their own source material. They're not allowed to look at outside influences because it's considered contemptible and unreliable, no matter what it is. And they always have to demonize it because it could change your perspective, and they don't want that. So they never look outside. They only look at acceptable source materials. We've talked about college professors doing this. You wrote that paper without using approved sources.
Real quick, Gigi Evans, thank you so much. The right is morally superior simply because they have morals, whereas the left have none. Many on the left do not. I wish there were more shoes out there. I really do. And
I have an ex-girlfriend with a closet you could talk to. She had like 100 pairs.
Over on the Streamlabs, hang on.
That was funny. Shut up.
My computer is giving me an issue here. 1 second. There we go. Dark Resurrect, thank you for that feminist $12. Actually, with the Minnesota murders, because it was the wife and husband, you're right. I said murder.
Yeah.
I did see lefties saying maybe next time don't vote with the racist. No one major, but still. Well, okay, look. A lot of the TikTok accounts, even the ones that Piers showed on here, these are small accounts and it's people being shitty. You're always going to have that. You're always going to have lunatics. You're always going to have people who just are trying to be edgy. You want to be Destiny kind of folks. But like in this, and I'm not arguing with what Dark said, but this is an important distinction between the two. Normally, you only get a handful of these lunatics, and especially if it's right-wing violence that's being celebrated, it's a handful of retards. There are thousands of these fuckers.
Yeah.
There are thousands of these fuckers proudly celebrating the death of a man who did not harm them in any way. Caused them no physical violence at all.
Yeah, but this, like I said, the past couple of days, they've been so indoctrinated to believe that words are equal to violence. So the fact that he only ever talked to people is enough for them to justify it because it literally made a paper cut on their soul. His words were hurtful and they didn't like what they were hearing. It made them feel a different way. And that to them is the same as violence because they are so hypersensitive to anything outside of their own ideology.
And I hear you, and I'm not disagreeing. But once again, it's one of those times where they don't even know what the man actually said. They didn't watch him. They didn't pay any attention to him. They saw bullshit articles from places like Politico saying he said this. And even in the articles, if you read them, they'll tell you what he actually said. Or you could go look it up and see the video.
Yeah, that ain't gonna happen. But part of what my reasoning here is that that's why they wouldn't see him, because they're afraid of getting injured. It'd be like I'm gonna take apart this shredder, but it's got teeth in there and they may bite me. You know, it's that that fear of being injured. Like, I know this man says bad things because my friend told me so, and those words literally could kill me. So I'm not gonna look at that. So he's just a bad man.
Sorry, I'm seeing stuff in chat. I need to stop reading chat so we can get back to this.
Oh, real quick, while you're reading chat. Thank you, Evolved Potato. They always bring up January 6th, but never mention the ones to initiate the violence that day were the police and the FBI. The violence didn't start until after the police threw flashbangs and shot rubber bullets into the crowd. They still shouldn't have rioted after. Look, they don't want details. They're not detail-oriented. They're big picture that suits their narrative.
The writer's so violent, we need to keep bringing up an event from 5 years ago. Charlottesville was in 17. That's 8 years ago. I can do math. 8 years
math
ago
is
too.
Hard. I don't believe in math. That's how spell casting happens.
Is the definition
how many
of the
people died on January
of
6th?
violence in the
How
political
many
process.
people? Excuse me, since you're such
MAGA mob decided to try to use violence to overthrow democracy.
Do
That
me a
is the
favor.
definition
How many
of the
people died on
legitimization
January
of
6th?
violence in the political
How many
process.
people?
The mob on January 6th is the legitimization of political violence.
No, I think he said MAGA is the definition.
Well, let's get his full statement here. And Vinny, stop yelling over him so we can hear him. Listen to the little dickless dweeb on the left here.
Killed because of a right-wing maniac. Please do not tell me that
And I-
somehow
don't-
one side
I
is
don't
more
condone it.
morally
I don't-
superior than the other. This is not.
No,
And just while we're
I didn't
talking
say that,
about,
but
while
who
we're
is-
talking, just excuse me,
who's
sir.
doing the
While we're talking
murdering?
about
Who
political
is doing the
violence, what about
assassinations?
January the 6th? What about
Yeah.
January the 6th, where a MAGA mob
okay.
decided to try to
Do
use
me a favor.
violence to
Do me a
overthrow
favor.
democracy?
Do
That
me a
is the
favor.
definition
How many
of the
people died on
legitimization
January
of
6th?
violence in the political
How many
process.
people?
A MAGA mob committing, let's just for argument's sake say that was political violence. That them committing the violence was the legitimizing of the violence. When even members of the Republican Party, MAGA people, came out and said this is wrong and unacceptable.
Sean Hannity was against the violence. Sean fucking Hannity.
Yeah.
Hmm.
This is what I'm talking about. And this is the important thing. Because now in his world, any violence on the right is the legitimizing of the violence. No, it's not. Somebody shooting a child in the head is not the legitimizing of shooting a child in the head. It's if other people come along and go, oh, that child deserved it. That's the legitimizing. Thank you, Jariah. Our side wins because we never weaponize hatred. I don't want to say never. I don't
hardly ever.
Not as often is a fine way to say it. But some do. And I'm warning you, Republicans out there, don't give into this shit. Vinny was right. Don't give into this shit. Go out there and be the better man. I know it's harder. I know it sucks. Trust me. As somebody with a fucking mean streak in him, trust me, I understand how hard it is to be the better man. But it's worth it, and it's the only way you actually win.
Look,
if you
Vinny,
let them turn you into them, they win. Go ahead, Jack.
Look how thirsty this guy is to point out examples of the right wing being violent. He has a hate boner for making them look like the violent ones. He has to go all the way back to January 6th of 2017 for that. But he's willing to do it because it makes his opponent look like the bad guys. They will frame it in any way they can. Also, by the way, my neighbors have a cat named Vinny. So every time you say Vinny, I keep thinking of this little freeloader cat that comes over and mooches food off of us.
Oh, just for the record, Vinny's the guy on the right here, and I only know that because Piers said his name.
Yeah, well, it just makes me think of that cat. The cat is dumb. He lays out in the middle of the road and just lays there because he's kind of slow. He's a real nice cat, but he was also Rico's arch nemesis when Rico was still here. Because he'd lay down on the sidewalk and look up at Rico like, "What? What are you gonna do, bitch? You're a house dog." And it was the funniest fucking thing. But real fast, thank you, Dark Resurrect, for that feminist donation. Hang on, so this little cretin saying that MAGA made political violence legitimate, so they are justified in, quote, returning, end quote, it. Yeah, that is the mentality that you're dealing with. Again, it's part of brainwashing. Anything your enemy does is wrong. When you do something, it's righteous.
I just have to correct what was said there. No, he's not saying that it's okay because he's still trying to be a good person. What he's saying is that the two sides are equally bad because January 6th happened. So since January 6th happened, you can't just say that the left is worse because they're literally dancing to the death of Charlie. Jiraiya, thank you. Oh, no, I read that one. Oh, Evolved Potato. This is what I'm supposed to read. Even Charlottesville, the guy who was driving the car, didn't speed into the crowd until after an Antifa guy pointed a gun at him and chased him. Yeah, you should go watch. Oh, God, what's that guy's name? This is a true story. Taylor Lorenz deleted a bunch of posts that she made about the Charlottesville shooting. Charlottesville running over, I guess, where she pointed out that he was afraid for his life and was running away.
Yeah, to fit the narrative.
That really happened. She wrote all that shit and then she deleted it all. Wait, is it Katie's birthday?
What?
Katie, it's your birthday? It's my birthday in less than an hour. I'll be 30. 30? Damn kids. Katie.
I feel so old.
What did she say there? It's okay if y'all sing. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Katie, this one is for you, sweetie. Anna 1. Anna 2. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Katie. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, sweetie. I hope you have a good one. I really do. 30, I'm terrified. Nope. Why do women freak out at 30?
Because their eggs are going blue.
The gumballs are
sense it.
Those gumballs are getting a little darker every day.
See, men get blue gumballs, blue balls. Women get blue gumballs. See, so they can feel it, just like you can feel it when you got blue balls.
Dark Resurrect, thank you for that feminist $12. I know what he's saying. I'm saying what? Hang on, let it pop back up on screen. What the fuck? My Streamlabs just went dark.
Oh, that's weird. Well, while you're sorting that, thank you, Frosted. Let's say MAGA has a violence problem. Obviously, there'd be riots and murders if, let's say, their president was shot, right? Oh, oops. Meanwhile, the left burns the city over Jacob Blake. Yeah. By the way, remember how all lives matter was banned because it was a false equivalency? Again, manipulation of the language to suit their own ends. It's a twisted death cult, dude. I'm telling you.
Thank you, Dark Resurrect, for that feminist $12. Oh, I know what he's saying, but I'm talking about what he's really saying. Yeah, fair enough. Katie, 30's not so bad. 40's where shit starts to fall apart. Your 30s should be fun. Enjoy your 30s. Have fun with it.
Yeah. She said, what happens at 38? Joint pain. That's what happens at 38. That's the beginning of like, wow, that hurts. I have a muscle there.
That's where you learn what a slip disc is.
Yeah, and at 40s when you start finding out what arthritis is.
Anyway,
that gets a lot worse.
Back to this moron.
Excuse me, since you're such an American historian,
now I feel
how
bad
many people died on January 6th?
Speaking. Okay, back to this moron and Vinny.
People Excuse me, since you're such an American historian, how many people
don't
died
need
on
to be an
January
historian
6th?
to know what happened on January
Ashley
6th, which
Babbitt,
was,
a
what,
fellow
4 years
United
ago?
States Air Force.
Not true. 2 people. Everybody misses that fat chick who died of the drug overdose.
Because she wasn't in the building. She wasn't even part of the.
She
so-called
died in the
riot.
building.
Oh, did she? I thought she died outside and they took her in the building.
They were doing CPR and stuff, but she's not pronounced dead until they drag her in the building and do nothing.
Oh, yeah. Well, she died outside. In that case, I'm sorry. I'm not counting that one.
Excuse me, let me finish. A United States Air Force veteran got shot subsequently in her freaking neck. Why? Hold on. Why? Because she was unarmed and she was advancing to a hall. Please, I'm 100%
So
with
let's
you.
have some
I don't condone
statistics.
any violence, but the comparison.
Oh, he's going to break out statistics. I haven't seen any of the rest of this, Jack. Well, I have seen the clips that come later of Rubin and Cheng, but this particular part, I haven't seen it. I'm about to be real mad, ain't I?
Yeah, you are.
All right.
Is not even close to what the left does.
So
all
let's
right?
have some
Please,
statistics from
please,
your own
they promote
government.
it.
Let's have some statistics from your own government. These are your own government statistics. Now, I know you might not want to listen to the facts, but this is the facts. A study from the US government itself says that the majority of political violence in the United States occurs from the right, not the left.
This is a study from the Biden administration, you know, back when the FBI, or was it the FBI or DOJ put this report out? I want to say DOJ. But when they were busy calling it violence because parents got up and spoke at school board meetings.
Yeah, because words are violence.
They were talking about sending agents. They totally never did it.
Oh, totally not. No,
totally not. To churches because they might be being violent in there.
Yeah, they say a lot of hateful things like "forgive your enemies."
Yeah, they didn't go to a fucking mosque to see if there might be some violence. No. They went.
What? Be Islamophobic, weirdo?
Those fucking Catholics and all that violence that they've been doing.
All that praying. Oh my God, they're probably thinking forgiveness and redemption thoughts. They're probably trying to like turn the other cheek. Oh my God! How dare you, monkey? My head hurts just thinking about it. I'm sickened.
This is coming from the kind of government officials who tell us things like Antifa's only an idea. It's
They can't count that. It's an idea, monkey. Even though this latest shooter apparently was probably one of them.
Yeah, that still hasn't been confirmed, but it's been reported that he was hanging out in Antifa discords, and I would not be shocked to find that out.
No, he had Antifa slogans on his gun and ammo. So
yeah. Anyway.
From the right. We have also seen in my own country what happened with the assassination of a Labour MP, Joe Cox. We saw what happened in Norway with Anders Behring Breivik. All violence on the right. I do not say, as you seem to say, sir, that one side or other is morally superior to the other. I do not.
Okay, those events sound tragic, but what the fuck does Norway have to do with what we're talking about?
Well, on the left, it not only is the violence growing on the right in America, it's growing across the world, Jack. That's an actual talking point of the left right now.
Yeah, that's
retarded. It's retarded.
Say that there will not be political violence on one side or the other. What seems, and I find curious, is your belief, your fervor that somehow one side of this debate is uniquely morally repugnant and one is superior. The statistics.
I know I'm repeating myself. Even if, let's for argument's sake, say 75% of the violence, political violence in America comes from the right. Which side cheers on the violence?
It's that meme again, dude. It's like 4 hash marks on one side and 50 on the other.
I don't care if it's 99% Republican and only one Democrat that's violent. Who is the one that gets cheered for their violence? That's the normalization. That's the shit you tried to say, the mob on January. That's the actual normalization of this shit. That is the legitimization of this shit. A random lunatic doing something lunatic happens.
Yeah.
What we used to do is universally condemn it. And now these pricks are like, well, I mean, he kind of had it coming to him.
Well, if they hadn't said that thing I didn't like.
Charlie hadn't even been pronounced dead when that prick on MSNBC said that shit.
Yeah.
And he was okay with it. And nobody in that room was like, holy shit, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? Nobody on the left on social media put that clip up and went, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Instead, people were like, oh, cool, I get to go make a TikTok video about how much I hate Charlie Kirk. Get fucked, man. It does come down to who is excusing the violence.
Statistics are wrong. That's not right. Doesn't support what you're saying. And the fact after
You didn't actually give statistics. You just said they said more happens. Point of order, you fucking dipshit.
fact after fact.
Yeah, did you hear a statistic?
I didn't hear a statistic.
Statistics typically have numbers in them.
Yeah, and they have a source more than just vaguely the U.S. government.
Yeah. Again, I know what report he's talking about, and that report is bullshit.
Yeah, especially because the ADL helped write it.
Yeah.
Occasion after occasion.
This is at a time when they're trying to protect. Remember the Stop Asian Hate?
Yeah.
And I saw these right wing. How come they're all black and in Chicago?
Right. All these black New Yorkers that have no known political affiliation are somehow right wing. Fuck off.
Yeah, that was it. It's all this right wingers hating on the Asians. No, it wasn't. It was. We don't know their in most cases, Jack. We don't know their political affiliation.
No, it looks.
But
like
if we had
like some kind of weird neighborhood thing.
But if we had to guess based on their race and location, I'm betting they weren't Trump supporters.
Statistically, in real life, no. I mean, just demographically, black people tend to be more Democrat, especially in places like New York and Chicago. The fuck is this clown talking about? Sorry.
No, you're fine. Look at I don't know the girl's name. The one that just got stabbed recently.
I can't pronounce her name. The Ukrainian lady. Yeah.
The Ukrainian lady. And just look at the response to that. This man says, I killed that white girl. And if it had been a white guy, I don't think he was being racist. I don't know the guy, but that alone isn't enough for me to say he's racist. I don't know if you guys you white people know this, but black people refer to us as white boy and white girl quite often. If you've ever been around,
derogatory, sometimes not.
Most of the time, it's just a description. Because that's especially if you're in a heavily black population, that white boy, pretty easy to spot.
A little bit.
So I'm not saying it wasn't racist, but there's no reason to just say it was racist right now. However, flip the script and a white man does that to a black girl and says, I killed that black girl. There is not a news agency on this planet that would not have called that a racist attack. And you know what? The Justice Department thing that he was just talking about would have counted that as political violence. Even if there was that the race was only simply said as she was a white girl. And this is how they get these fucking bullshit statistics that the Biden administration put out. Anyway.
Occasion shows the same thing. And like I say, January the 6th itself was literally the legitimization from your side of political violence at the highest of levels. And what did Donald Trump do?
Donald Trump condemned the violence. He even told people not to be violent at the beginning of the thing.
And then told them to go home afterwards.
He's going to lie to me. I could hear it. I could sense it.
Here we go. Let's feel it.
When he got back into office, he pardoned them all, sending a message that political violence is fine.
Were you?
Is that the message he was sending?
I don't think that was the message he was sending. And a lot of those trials were the punishment those guys received, even if they were violent, were incredibly heavy-handed. solitary confinement for years, that's unacceptable.
Enrique wasn't even in the fucking city.
He wasn't even in the same state.
And his ass got like life, right? 35 years, something like that?
I think 35, yeah.
At his age, that's basically life.
Yeah, he's probably going to die in jail. You know.
And why? Because they took some guns to a hotel.
Which is not illegal, technically.
Nope. Even if they planned to do a horrible thing, they didn't do it, and they could have.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
He wasn't even fucking there, and he got the worst sentence of anybody that day.
Yeah, and he was an FBI informant.
There are literally people who were beating police on the head who did not get as much jail time as a guy who wasn't even fucking there. That is astounding. You had, just look what happened with the shaman. They sent that dude away for what, 10, 15 years, something like that?
Yeah.
And then the video comes out of the police walking him to the fucking Senate chamber. And then magically, no, he was totally going to be paroled anyway.
Yeah, it's weird how that happened.
It had nothing to do with that video coming out 4 days ago. We just asked for that really, really long sentence so we could get him out in a couple of weeks.
Same with the guy with the lectern. He got a ridiculously long sentence.
By the way, throwing people into jail for your political views, that's political violence. Because they didn't throw him into jail for their political views. The shaman didn't go to jail for his political views. It was for the political views of the other side.
Yeah, but you know what else? There's a word for people that do that sort of thing. There's a group that did this back in around the 30s and 40s that used to throw people in jail for the wrong political views. The Italians did it, and so did the Germans. I believe the word's fascist.
Look, these are people who are calling Charlie Kirk fascist and celebrating that he was shot for words they didn't like.
Yeah.
Irony is not a strong enough word.
No shit.
All right.
Excuse me. Are you in the United States? Are you an American
I just returned
citizen?
from the United States, as a matter of fact, but I don't need to be in the United States to know
Okay,
what
so
happened
wait,
on January
are you an American citizen?
No,
are you
don't
an
know what
American
that's got to do with
citizen?
the price of fish.
Are you
but
an
there we
American
go.
citizen?
Nope.
No, I want to ask you a question because you're looking down, you're reading stats and facts, and I don't know where the hell your sources are from. But guess what? As an American, from seeing what they did, excuse me, I let you talk. Please let me talk. Okay? From what you mean to tell me what the left, your darling left, has done to the Republican Party and Donald Trump alone for 10 years, the calling for violence, the Hitler, like Batya said, all the negative rhetoric, hold on, to the impeachments, to shooting him in the head, and him saying, I want peaceful protesting, and then the FBI informants, all the confidential human resources inside the freaking car on January 6th, that's a whole different argument, debate.
Cenk raised his hand.
I'm hungry. I need a Snickers bar. I'm getting hangry.
Does he think this is second grade?
Well, he isn't that smart, so he might.
Cenk, come on, bro.
You don't want to get into.
Okay.
But as an American who lives in America and is a veteran, we see what's happening. I don't care about your ChatGPT stats. The left.
Oh, shit.
That was funny.
That was well done. Dangerous, thank you. The statistics say the most violence in the U.S. is right-wing violence. And there's this stabbing in the UK, and then there's Breivik. So it's prominent in the U.S. You have to use it's so prominent in the U.S. you have to use overseas examples. Well, in his defense, again, the left is really on this whole train of there's a rise across the world in right-wing violence. Bolsonaro got elected in Venezuela, where was he? Brazil. And look, it's just like Donald Trump. Everybody's violent.
Yeah, it's almost like the rise in the right wing is maybe a response to something. It's weird. I can't put my finger on it, Monkey, but there's some kind of connection there.
What this little prick is doing is called gaslighting. Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, we haven't seen gaslighting since like the 1800s on this level. But thank you, Evolve Potato. A lot of them weren't even charged. They just sat in prison without access to their lawyers. Yep. Yes, that's why it borderline was a war crime what they did to these people. One guy was denied medical access to his cancer treatment. Yep. A bunch of people were beaten and basically tortured for nothing. Oh, no, it was to send a message to anyone else that goes against the wishes of the chosen people.
You know, the left loves to bring up the officer who died that day, the next day.
Yeah, that day within a 36-hour period.
And then the other 5 officers, at least 4 of which we know committed suicide. Months later. But hey, you don't know that they didn't do it because they were there at January 6th. So it was definitely January 6th. We do know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that a young man took his own life because of what they were doing to him over him just being. He wasn't even violent. He was just there. And he took his own life because of the shit they did to him.
Yeah, if
There's
I remember,
no question about that.
There were a couple of suicides over that.
Of the others, I think it's suspected, but the one guy, I mean, there's no question that it was him or that happened.
Yeah.
Can I get a birthday song for my mom? Just let me know her name, Frosted. I trust you'll show it to her.
Don't care about
the
facts.
party that is
Okay.
inciting the violence and causing the problem.
Okay. I want to bring in another guest now who will then join the panel for the rest of the show. Konstantin Kisin, author and host of.
I didn't know Constantine was on here.
Yeah, he's in that clip I sent you.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Did Frosted give us a name yet? I don't want to get into this until we get there. I like Constantine. His tweet the other day where he's like, it feels like something's different this time. I get it, but I still don't understand why. I don't understand why this feels different when this has happened so often.
Because most people don't watch the news like we do.
Sean's still
I'm sorry
here.
to say that, but
Sean's still here. I have no idea, Pale Rider. Let's call her Mama Glass. Fair enough. Mama Glass, this one's for you. Are you fucking with me, Frosted? She's turning 69, Jack.
is that her age or is she just turning?
All right, Frosted's mom's doing 69. Here we go. And a 1. Sorry, I just made a horrible mom joke about him. I apologize.
Don't show her that part.
No, show her that part. She's Frosted's mom. I'm sure that will not offend her.
Oh, no. She'll be like, oh, my gosh.
Are these the people you hang out with?
These are your friends. They're stupid. Yeah, I know.
Mama Glass, this one's for you. And a 1. And a 2. Happy birthday, to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mama Glass. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, sweetie. I hope you have a great one and many, many more.
Happy 69.
Happy 69. Frosty, what would you do if your mom came to you and was like, I'm going to try to do 69 every day of my 69th year? Would you just like leave the house and never come back? Or would you like be encouraging and going, I know you can do it? I'm just saying. That is my goal in life now. My whole 69th year to do 69 every day.
I have a lot of jokes right now, but they're really in poor taste. So I'm just going to sit here quietly. Yeah, I don't ever listen to my streams.
Fair enough.
I don't blame you. I won't. There are times when I want my parents to see what I'm doing now.
Oh my God, I got to tell you the story real fast. So went back over to Facebook. I should know better.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. And shamed several of my relatives into actually liking what I said, which was kind of funny. But I saw an exchange between my wife and my cousin. I forget what my wife said, not really important, but my cousin comes in with, I know we disagree a lot politically, and then blah, blah, blah. And my wife says, how do you know we disagree a lot politically? We've never discussed politics. And she said this, I think you're confusing me with my outspoken husband. That's fair. That's fair. I am rather outspoken. Anyhow.
Now, to be fair, women are supposed to do what their men tell them. So
I guess. Lady Monkey, me and her disagree on quite a bit politically. Most of the major stuff we agree on, but there's a lot of stuff where she thinks I'm, what's the word? Too stringent.
I was going to go with insane.
No, she doesn't think I'm insane because I can explain all my beliefs. And she can even see where I'm coming sometimes if she just disagrees. And by the way, guys, that's normal. That's healthy. It's okay to disagree with people.
She can see where I'm coming sometimes, Monkey 2025.
Yeah, the rest of the time I get her when she's not looking.
Don't blink, I'll get you.
I am very curious with him saying that Constantine's going to be on the panel for the rest of the show because I can see the end of the show and Constantine's not there. Does he just get fed up and say, fuck you, Jack?
I mean, I rule nothing out. I haven't seen the whole episode. I've only seen clips. So,
all right.
Of trigonometry. Constantine, I've seen from your posts that you've been very personally affected by the death of Charlie Kirk.
He really has. I mean, there are a few people that I've read like Shu, like Constantine, where it seems like this hit them hard. And I know it hit a lot of people hard, but just almost like worldview changing.
Well, you're waking up from the occult. You know, you're seeing things from a different perspective and seeing how awful some people are.
Yeah, yeah. So his post is one of those where I had that thought, like, yeah, his world got shattered when Charlie got shot. It sucks. For the rest of my life, I will know the day Charlie got shot because it's my wife's birthday.
Yeah. That's also the day before 9/11, too.
I actually forgot 9/11 happened this year until I got onto Twitter, and I was like, oh, yeah. It was 24 years ago, man. Frosted Glass, thank you. My mom has one leg. She can do a 63 at best. There's nothing I can say that's not going to make this worse, Frosted, so I'm going to leave it at that. All right, here we go.
Where does this horrific murder leave us in relation to political discourse and the safety of public figures as a consequence?
Before we let Constantine answer, that is a great question. Where does this leave us, Jack?
I think people are going to be more afraid to go out in public without massive amounts of security. You're going to see more public appearances by people like Ben Shapiro and stuff with like metal detectors, people using wands to check people in the crowd randomly. You're going to see more roving bands of police officers. That's the only way public events are going to be for a while.
I'm very curious about that because I've seen people mention that there wasn't a lot of security here. I mean, it's not like this guy was part of the crowd. He was up on one of the buildings around it. Would metal detectors have helped here?
Well, they'll have tighter perimeter security, so it might have, because a lot of times when you have security on that level where you have metal detectors, you also have people checking the tops of or rooftops of buildings. Good security professionals would do that, because if you're going to the extent of having metal detectors set up, you're going to have spotters too looking at the tops of buildings.
I would have people on the tops of those buildings at all times.
Yeah, a lot of people
during the speech. I mean, not like 24/7, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, a lot of people don't want that level of security because it's very expensive.
Sure.
And I did some personal protection work in the past, and it's not cheap to do. So it's one of those things that, like, Charlie Kirk was one of those people. He didn't even wear a bulletproof vest.
Yeah.
He wanted to be approachable.
Yep.
He didn't put the bulletproof glass up, which, you know, he probably should have had. But some of that stuff won't even stop a rifle bullet. But
Yeah.
you know, it's just one of those things. Like, how accessible do you want to be or appear, and what level of safety do you think you're going to need? Because he might not have thought he needed that much, because typically you just have some like skirmishes or some
Yeah.
dumbass trying to throw water at you or something like that. He's had stuff thrown at him before. So I don't think anybody thought that something like this would happen in a credible way. You know, they in the back of your mind, you always know it's a possibility you're going to get killed at one of these, especially after we saw Milo almost get, you know, the lunatics trying to burn that building down.
Trying to flambe is that. And yeah, somebody, I think it was Dangerous, said more indoor events. Indoor events come with their own problems. And don't forget, I mean, Sirhan shot Bobby in a hotel.
Yeah.
There's a lot that can be, it's not like indoor. It might be a little bit safer, but you also have smaller crowds. You also have these shitbags who start chanting and stuff that can actually shut everything down really quickly.
It creates a different set of problems. The problems are still there. They're just different. You have to worry about getting somebody out of a building, a bottleneck, you know, the path going to the vehicle getting cut off, and then you have to take an alternate route, which you don't have as much planning for. And that is really, you have like the distraction team that's going to cut off the main route to the vehicles. Then your backup route might actually be twice as dangerous, because that's where the real threat is.
Yeah.
And with a building, a layout is pretty easy to recon on a college campus. There's not that many unknown ways of entering and leaving a building on a college campus. You might have some like steam tunnel access if you're stupid lucky, like University of Michigan has steam tunnels. But those things are fucking A, disgusting, full of roaches and shit, and B, it's not designed for an escape. So it's even a greater bottleneck. And then you're dealing with a lot of logistics problems, and security issues overall are a nightmare anyway, no matter what the setting, because there's too much that could go wrong.
You know what thought I had today?
What's that?
I thought, how did this guy think he was going to get away with this? In 1865, John Wilkes Booth couldn't get away. And now we have cameras everywhere.
Well, it took 12 days to track down Booth. He didn't get very far. He broke his leg, but he even had outside help. This guy looks like he worked alone. Probably had some logistical help from like Discord or some bullshit. But
how the hell do you think he'd get away when, I mean, you can't pull off something like this and get away with it?
I mean, it would take a professional, and this guy was clearly not a professional. Yeah, I think a lot of it was the lack of planning, because they'll plan up to the point of the event, but then they don't plan the aftermath.
Shiro asked, why did he admit it to his family? Because his father confronted him.
Yeah.
And look, some of you kids out there might think you can lie to your dad, and you can, but when it comes to major events, dad's going to read you. He should have just turned around and left at that point.
The FBI didn't crack this case. The dad did, and the minister.
Yeah, I talked about that before, Jack. Most cases are cracked because somebody drops dime. I'm not taking anything away from the FBI because of that.
I don't think they did anything the cops couldn't have done.
I think that there's also something else, and I can't say this for sure, but this kid's in his 20s, and he took a life, and that might seem cool in a video game, but if you're not actually a sociopath, that's going to fuck you up.
Yeah. If you've seen people die, it's different than if you caused their death.
Mm-hmm.
And seeing somebody die could fuck you up real bad. Trust me, I know. I've seen several people die at this point, and it is awful every time. Death is not a beautiful thing. It's pretty horrific.
Yeah.
But causing someone's death, it's not like the movies. It's not like the video games. It is much different to see it and be near somebody dying. It is life altering. And if you took a life, whether they deserved it or not, it will fuck with you.
Even guys in the military who feel justified in what they're doing come away with it different people after killing someone.
Oh, absolutely. No matter how much training you have, there's still it's a part of your humanity.
Yep.
If you don't have that, you probably are a sociopath or a psychopath. There's something missing in you if you're not affected by causing a death.
I would not be shocked to find out that this guy was encouraged into this.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised by that either. Especially if he was hanging out with Antifa people online.
I mean, if you've seen his mugshot, I mean, he's not smiling. That's a broken man standing there.
And it should break him.
Yep.
He killed somebody that wasn't a threat to anybody.
I have no sympathy for the fucker. Please don't think I'm saying that, but we're trying to explain why he might have told. His dad confronts him, and the truth is, I'm not sure the guy's a psychopath or a sociopath. It's easy to automatically assume that somebody who kills is one of those.
Yeah, most of them are not.
Yeah, most of them have no idea what they're getting into.
Yeah. There are hardened killers in jails that are not psychopaths or sociopaths, and they have to live with what they did. I don't think they necessarily will regret it, but it does change you.
Yeah.
I think over time, this kid is going to come to the realization that he killed somebody that really wasn't a threat. He just bought into the wrong kind of propaganda.
Yeah, and this isn't like he grew up on the mean streets of Chicago and had to fend for himself. This is a spoiled little rich kid.
Yeah.
And he took a life, and that's not going to be easy for him to live with unless he is an actual sociopath. So let's move on and get Constantine's answer. I forgot the question. Oh, how is this shooting going to affect things, change things?
Consequence.
Do you know, Piers, I don't know if I've been personally affected, but I know that I've received messages from hundreds of people at this point, ordinary people, many of them nothing to do with politics, never paid attention to politics, never really cared, who were horrified and shocked by this in a very profound way. And I think it's a number of things. You know, you've just had this very fierce discussion about political violence, and we're talking about politicians. But people forget that Charlie was not a politician. This is a 31-year-old guy who went around college campuses, and now his two young children. I mean, I was putting my son to bed last night, and I was thinking of his kids. And
in a very technical sense, no, Charlie was not a politician, but he was a political advocate. So, I mean, this absolutely was political violence.
Oh, it's absolutely political violence because he was killed because of his politics. But
yes,
I wouldn't count Charlie as necessarily. I mean, it's kind of like the Franklin Graham thing. Like, it's not his politics wasn't necessarily his occupation. He was just talking about politics. He was almost more of a political commentator in a lot of ways.
It's exactly what he was. Yeah. Chaos One, thank you so much. To be fair, it was going to be a spoiled little rich kid. I mean, Antifa was involved reportedly. Yeah. So of course it was.
Yeah, I'm just surprised he's not a kid diddler like most Antifa people we talk about.
Well, it's the reason it had to be a spoiled little rich kid is because black kids don't know what computers even are.
That's what we've been told by many Democrats.
That's what Kathy Hochul told me.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And I think if Biden had been around, if he was black, Biden could have caught him by letting him rub his leg hair.
Yeah, he
based on that story we told.
Anyway.
And I know that millions of people around the world are thinking about that because they didn't see Charlie as a politician. Because I guess with America's history of political violence, all the way back to Abraham.
we do have a history of political violence, Jack, but so does the whole fucking world. Why did you single us out on that?
Yeah, that's stupid. Like, I'm sorry. How's King John doing these days?
You're from Russia, motherfucker. How's the Tsar?
Yeah, or his whole family. How's Anastasia doing?
How's Anastasia doing?
Buddy?
Yeah. Sorry, minor point, but I'm like, come on, man. Why you single us out?
Lincoln. We kind of know that these things can happen, but I think what this has done is it's taken violence into a whole new realm. It's taken violence into the realm of people who just have conversations, for God's sake. And
to the normies, I mean, yeah, Charlie was a political advocate, a political commentator, whatever you want to say, but he wasn't a politician. And if you look at things like what happened in Minnesota, it's not okay that she got shot, but she actually helped pass laws. He brought up Lincoln. Lincoln was the president. Trump was running for president and already had been. We don't often see a normie being the one getting shot unless we're going to pay attention to the leftist violence and like the guy in Portland who just walking down the street and he said something mean about my friend that doesn't exist, so I shot him in the chest.
Yeah, Aaron Danielson, man. Oh, tragic.
I think the reason that this hit so hard, at least for a lot of people, is that we do expect that kind of thing from the left.
Yeah.
Not or the left doing that, but it's never anybody that's had a major name at the time. You don't see many pundits being murdered in cold blood.
No, you would think of other people before you thought of him too. I mean, like Buck Sexton and Clay Travis took over Rush Limbaugh's spot. You would expect now if they got shot, you'd be like, okay, I figured some psycho would probably take a shot at them. But Charlie Kirk, he's a minor player, comparatively speaking, who just went on campus tours and had a little podcast. He was more a behind the scenes guy with Turning Point USA.
I still haven't heard Tom's song. I saw he made it, and then my daughter reminded me of it, and then I got distracted when I went to YouTube by something else. So I still need to check that one out. He made a tribute song for Charlie. Anyway.
I think this change.
Oh, Tom McDonald. I say Tom like everybody knows who Tom is. Tom McDonald.
I thought you meant the dude I went to scouts with named Tom.
He did too. If you don't follow him on YouTube, you should.
Oh, there we go.
It's Tom Steve on YouTube.
Oh.
People who just have conversations, for God's sake. And I think this changes everything in a very profound way. Of course, it has the potential to chill the debate, to scare people away from saying the things that they believe, the things that they think are important to say.
Which is I want to highlight Mike Harlow, friend of the show, really good guy. He's the flamboyantly gay guy that's been on a couple of times.
Yeah, he's funny as shit.
I love Mike. He had the right reaction. He put out a post today. He goes, the funny thing is, I was stepping away from politics. And fuck that. And Mike is somebody who's gone to public speaking events. He's done many of the walk away events, Jack.
Yeah.
And yeah, that is the right reaction. I get fear. I do. But bravery is standing up in the face of fear. That's what bravery is. And don't let these shitbags stop you from having an opinion. Bad shit happens. I'm not going to promise you'll be safe, but chances are you'll be fine.
Safety's an illusion anyway.
It really is. You can do everything you can to be as safe as possible, and something can still go wrong.
Yeah, look, there's always things that could go wrong. The microplastic in your ball sack could explode. I don't know, but anvils could fall from the sky. You never know. Some kook randomly might break in your house and shoot you. Life is not full of safety. To live in fear is just ridiculous.
Frosty said Milo indicated he's going back into the fray too. Milo has surprised me on this. This lit a fire under him. This is the most normal I've seen him in years.
Yeah, I was
He is
rather
pissed.
surprised by that.
Yeah,
I get it, because anybody that used to do these kind of events, including Milo,
Yep.
I mean, they understand why, the dangers involved here, and they're really disgusted and enraged.
Yep.
I think this shooting had the exact opposite effect that this guy wanted to have. He wanted to chill speech. That's all he could have wanted. It's not like he picked Charlie Kirk at random.
Sean was talking about this last night. I've never done any of these events. I don't get invited, y'all. But he said when you go to these, that's always in the back of your mind.
Yeah.
And if anybody's had a reason to feel that in the back of their mind, it's Milo. I mean, literally, the whole conversation about Antifa kicks off because they tried to set the man on fire.
Yeah, that Berkeley incident that had to be terrifying.
Yeah.
Anybody that says otherwise has never had their life in danger, because that's scary shit. There's a mob outside and they're trying to set a building on fire. Yeah, that's scary stuff.
Milo isn't calling for violence. I hope you're answering somebody else, Dry, because I didn't mean to suggest Milo was. No, he's getting back out there to debate. Yeah. Anyway.
I hope that doesn't happen. I know that my experience and the experience of many other people who do speak in public over the last few days has been a shock and horror and perhaps fear too that has morphed into resolve and an unwillingness to let this become the way that our conversations become silent, which I think is what Charlie would have wanted. But as for the debate we've just heard, I'm in a very conciliatory mood, and I think it's important that we're all responsible with our words.
I've seen that from a lot of people, conciliatory mood. I am not. I just want that noted for the record.
Yeah, I'm angry.
Your chance to be conciliatory with me ended when Charlie died. You need to earn my conciliatory nature.
Well, like a couple people have said now, Charlie was basically a moderate Republican overall. He was taking a peaceful stance. You killed a lot of that. A lot of the people that were moderates you're pushing them in a different direction.
Many people on the left don't consider him a moderate because he was a Christian and actually pushed Christian values. And to them, that is the most radical. Islam is not radical, but Christianity absolutely is. Why? I don't fucking know. They killed the negotiator.
Yeah, absolutely. They killed the guy that promoted peace. And that's kind of martyrdom there. You got to be careful with that. You know what they do with martyrs? They use them for their own ends.
I don't believe in being conciliatory to people who, again,
want to kill you.
Yeah, our beliefs, Jack. For every video I've seen cheering on Charlie's death, you and I definitely deserve to die in those people's minds.
Why do you think I have toasters all over my house?
Except we're not as popular as him, so we don't have the influence he did. Make no mistake, he was killed because of his influence.
Yep.
That's it. That's why he was killed. But that's not what they say. That's not their rhetoric. In their minds, we're just as hateful. We're not the Jesus crowd, but we agree with them on a lot of shit.
Yeah.
I am against abortion. I don't point to the Bible for it. I point to the fact you're killing a child. You know what I mean? So yeah, I conciliatory, kiss my ass. Sorry, Constant, kiss my ass. You want? I'm not the one who needs to be conciliatory. They are.
Yeah.
They should be on their fucking knees begging forgiveness for the shit they've said about people like us for a decade now.
Yeah.
But I found it difficult to sit there and listen to this preposterous conversation you've just had. I don't understand this time last year, I sat across from one of your guests, Cenk, on that particular occasion, in which he tried to persuade me for 20 minutes that Donald Trump was a fascist. That's how the left talks about their political opponents. And I'm someone who's not politically affiliated. I'm just looking at the facts of what I see. We have had for the last 10 years What has happened to the word Nazi as a result of the woke left's behavior is
and you know what is important to note about the rise of the term Nazi is that it rose in conjunction with punch a Nazi.
Yeah. A call for action against people they deem Nazis.
It started with a call to violence against people that they get to decide on their own are Nazis. Look, I'm not saying Richard Spencer didn't deserve to get punched in the face in his life, but that whole thing where everybody cheered on it because he was just standing there and some dude come up and snuck him and punched him in the face, that was disgusting.
Yeah, if you're cheering a sucker punch, you're a fucking pussy.
He's a Nazi. One, no, he's not. I mean, you can make the case that he's a white nationalist, except for his girlfriends. But that's how it started, was with violence.
Completely unacceptable. This is a word that we had for a very specific group of people that was supposed to describe people who believe in National Socialism and fascism. These words have very specific meanings, and the meanings that they had were very important for being able to describe people who are actually of that opinion. And instead, both in America and here across the Atlantic in Britain, we've had, and we're not talking about people on Twitter or people on Blue Sky. I'm talking about David Lammy, who's the current deputy prime minister, talking about a group of conservative Eurosceptics and saying they're worse than Nazis. We've had this for a whole decade now, the complete dehumanization of people for simply.
Okay, I got to pause because I'm just watching him and agreeing at the moment. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not wrong. Did we lose Monkey?
My internet chose there to do this.
Yes.
I need to run to the restroom. Can you hold things down for just a minute?
Sure. Should have went while your internet was out. What's up, guys? Yeah, look, Constantine's not wrong here. How much do you have to water a word down before it means nothing? Nazi now just means person I don't agree with. It takes away and diminishes the horrors and atrocities that the Nazis committed. Same with Imperial Japan, for that matter, because they were part of World War II. But all the atrocities and horrific, barbaric experiments, the people they killed, the Blitz, they're watering that all down by just labeling people they don't like as Nazis. Not to mention all the horrible shit that Mussolini did to his own people. The clicking from time to time, that's probably my chair squeaking. I'm in a different chair than my old one, and it makes a little bit of noise. So every time I shift, even a little bit, it creaks. So when everyone's a Nazi, no one is. Yeah, it's become like racist was 10 years ago, where they've just watered the term down so much into irrelevancy. Thank you, Actual Justice Warrior, for supporting Monkey's channel. TYT hasn't removed the videos that they misreported on cops that directly inspired Gavin Long. They lied and called their superfan a right-winger afterward. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. They'll never take responsibility. They're kind of like die-hard crazy women. They never take responsibility for their own actions. It's always somebody else's fault, even if they did do it.
I would have been back a minute ago, but Phoebe needed to attack my hand. I thought she needed pet, but turned out no.
That was a cunning trap.
Thank you, Sean. TYT hasn't removed the videos that they misreported on cops that directly inspired Gavin Long. They lied and called their super fan a right-winger after. I wish I could be shocked by that, bud.
That's always deflection with them. It's accountability is something that's very hard to find on the left.
It's okay to make mistakes. It really is. But when they're pointed out, you fix them. It's not that hard. There's no shame. Okay. There is shame in making mistakes if you do it over and over and over and over again. then you just need to clean up your life. But if you make a mistake, just fix it. That's all. Anyway.
Having political disagreements. And so when I see that the killer of Charlie Kirk had these so-called anti-fascist inscriptions on his ammunition, I'm not surprised. I'm not shocked. Of course this would happen. And people like to pretend that this has no consequence. Well, think about it, Piers. You're a man. I'm a man. If you and I thought that fascism was actually here, as we keep being told, wouldn't it be our duty to stand up and fight? So can we?
Exactly. This is one of the biggest points with the words that they use, the insults that they throw. You would have a duty to stand up to an actual Nazi. Even if it's just rhetorically, Jack.
Yeah.
As a good person, just like, no, this is wrong. And these guys like, no, we called them Nazis, but we're not telling anybody to kill them. We just pointed out that we killed Nazis in the 40s. I mean, I've actually seen memes like, remember when we used to kill Nazis?
Yeah.
But that's totally not calling for violence, guys.
It's not dog whistle at all. They only hear dog whistles when the other side does it. And they're usually fans of dog whistles.
You really be surprised then when some deranged guy picks up a rifle and shoots someone who people on the media, people on TV keep saying is a fascist, keep saying is a Nazi, is completely irresponsible.
The other part. If Charlie Kirk was an actual Nazi, if he was a fascist, why are any of these left-wingers out there pretending that it's a bad thing that he was killed?
Well, they're not.
They should. Well, some of them are pretending. Why aren't they celebrating like all those weirdos on TikTok? A fascist died. That's a good thing, right?
That's what they tell us.
But no, they try to have it both ways. They're sad the fascist died. How do you justify that in your own head?
Because it's not hyperbolic until there's a consequence. And then,
Fair.
that was just hyperbole.
And I'll just make one other point on this because, we've had this conversation.
I do want to pause here just to point out, because you and I have talked about commies and how evil they are. We've never suggested they should all be killed. We've quite clearly said they just need to be argued against because it's that easy to defeat them. And frankly, going to war with them doesn't work anyway. I mean, look at the 50s through the 70s, Jack.
Yeah.
There's one way you beat commies with money. It's easy.
I thought helicopter rides was going to come out of your mouth.
No. That's for a very specific group. But no, the way you beat communism is with better arguments, because communism is, well, stupid.
Yeah, it's a child's way of looking at the world. So people that have no life experience or idea of how the world works in real life, the practical application, they argue for communism because they're spoiled or intellectually retarded. And I don't mean that in the way. I mean it in the they don't know how things work. They can't grasp concepts. Yeah. They're retrograded at some sort of youth level. And who was it? Was it Hayek that said communists wouldn't be communists if they understood economics?
I didn't know. I've never heard that, but yeah.
Oh, it's a great quote. I think it was Hayek that said that.
All right, sorry, back to this. I just wanted to point that out because I've seen that, the right wing calls people commies. I've never said kill them all because you don't need to. They're easily beaten. Now, if the commies took up arms, I'm okay with it, going to war.
That's a different story.
Yeah.
This has talked about, well, there's violence on the left and violence on the right. He's right, of course. There are deranged people on both sides. In a country with easy access to firearms, there will be that sort of violence like we've seen in our country. It's not just Joe Cox who's been killed in this country. We also had Sir David Ames, an MP, be killed in Britain too. And he was a member of the Conservative Party, killed by an Islamist. And on we go. But there's one thing that I've noticed. A great mentor of mine once told me, he said, Konstantin, the greatest insights come from looking at what is not there. And the one thing I have noticed that hasn't been there in my mind, you tell me if this is different for you, Piers, over the last few days, I've had no expectation that there would be burning, looting, riots in the streets, attacks on police officers across America or Britain or the rest of the West. We haven't seen any of that, and we haven't expected any of that.
But the U.S. government put out a report that said all the violence comes from the right. I've seen this point made by several people, and it's true. It's absolutely true. No, not one person, not even those fucking lunatics over at MSNBC, were like, oh my God, this is going to lead to rioting in the streets. They're going to need to board up the windows. The closest we got to that is Trump might send some people to bring about law and order.
Oh my God. Law and order out of chaos? What? What?
And that's because political violence has been normalized on these far extremes of the left. And when you see those people celebrating, what they are expressing is now a wide-held opinion, particularly among young people on the woke left, that if they don't agree with somebody, if they're not getting their way politically, they're entitled to use violence to achieve their aims. We took cancel culture away from them when Elon Musk took over X and opened up the conversation and forced other social media platforms to open up the conversation. So now, instead of using cancel culture, we've got violence culture. And
yeah, and that is sadly a consequence that should have been foreseen, because these are basically children.
Yeah, I'd like to point out, I did say that. That
yeah.
would happen.
And when you take away their toys, they throw a fit.
Yeah, because there's no consequences up to this point. They don't get punished. So that why would they expect to be punished? They can do whatever they want with impunity and never receive a consequence. So when you actually give them a consequence, it's catastrophic to them.
Yes.
They don't understand how to process that. They have no schema to draw from.
Thank you, Gigi Evans. My gramps may not have fought Nazis. Mine did. But him and his three brothers claimed plenty of commie scalps with howitzers in Korea. You know, I don't want to get into history on the commie wars. Fuck commies. I'll just say that. All right. Listen.
Yeah.
Thank you for the donation, my friend.
Everybody has to pull back. And I'm not calling for any kind of censorship, because censorship will not solve this. But the people who have spent the last decade calling their political opponents fascist, Nazis, and so on, they have blood on their hands, and they need to look in the mirror now and stop.
Yeah, I mean,
that's fair. And I like what he said. I'm not calling for the canceling. I'm calling on them to look inside. The problem there, Constantine, is self-reflection is not their strong suits. You ever talk to these people, Jack?
Yeah.
They are my bread and butter on Twitter. And let me tell you, you can give them every fact in the world that proves them wrong. They're like, no.
Yeah.
Dude,
they're not going to go look it up because they're fucking lazy.
That guy I talked about earlier, where we watched the Hassan clip, the one who told me that never happened. He then goes on to tell me he was just being hyperbolic. I was like, wait, did it not happen, or was he being hyperbolic?
Yes.
It can't be both.
Schrodinger's Hassan.
You can argue with these people, but you're never going to make any kind of headway with them. That's not to say you shouldn't try. That's not to say that you shouldn't make the arguments, because this is something that I've had said to me many times, like, debating doesn't change anybody's mind. Yes, it does. It may not change the mind of the person you're arguing with, but it will change the minds of people listening. Just saying. Anyhow, because they're tarded. Yeah, I mean, many of them are.
Yeah, well, that was kind of Charlie's whole thing. Like, he wasn't necessarily trying to directly change the mind of somebody he was talking to. That was his hope. But it's the audience
Yes.
that he's reaching.
You give both sides of the argument, and the audience gets to decide which one of you made the better argument.
Yeah, and there were
And
a lot
that's-
of people that he did talk to that I think were forced to confront their own views and
Sure.
question them.
And that's it's why I don't like bad debaters, because they give a false sense of security to these idiots. But somebody who's good, like, I don't care what people think about Ben Shapiro. When it comes to the argumentation, he is very good rhetorically. And he did a lot to bring people, especially young people, towards the conservative side, away from the woke bullshit. And that is desperately needed. I don't think Ben Shapiro changed any of those students' minds that he embarrassed on the internet back in 2016. But I know for a fact he changed a lot of minds. He's still changing minds based on those videos today.
Yeah.
Frank, thank you. Your doubling down argument was funny. Which doubling down argument? You say that like I remember what I say from moment to moment.
There's only short-term memory here, Frank. We can't remember more than a few minutes ago.
Excessively short-term memory. All right.
Where am I?
Dave Rubin, I've been on this theme for a long time on this show, and I've got a book called, ironically, Woke is Dead, coming out next month. And one of the themes of the book is...
What is Cenk mad about over there?
I don't know. He's probably wanting a Snickers bar or something.
I
Maybe
raised
he
my
saw
hand.
a horse that he couldn't pleasure.
I raised my hand, and you're calling on Dave Rubin.
Oh, wait, he is Muslim, so having the gay guy called on him before him.
Oh, could be.
Just say, what is Piers going to call on a woman next? An unveiled woman?
Maybe some of that inbreeding is kicking in. That he wasn't raising his hand; it was a twitch. I'm not insulting him. The man he's admitted he's inbred. Just saying.
Yeah, that's a weird. Why would you tell people that? I heard a great analogy the other day when I was on Kino Casino of all places. I know you don't like PPP, but he said one of the funniest fucking things. This Quartering was talking about pooping himself, and PPP said with a pretty straight face, "Batman at Gitmo couldn't get that out of me."
Right.
And I think that applies very well to inbreeding as well.
Katie says, "What? If you're Cenk said we watched the clip a little while ago. Hey Sean, if you're still around, we post that to your YouTube again or to your Twitter." Cenk admitted that his grandparents were second cousins or first cousins. I forget which.
I think they were first cousins. I don't remember.
Anyhow,
how radicalized so many on the woke left have become. And I don't for a moment dispute there are people radicalized on the right. But as somebody who used to identify quite happily as a liberal, I found myself completely disassociated from the woke left in a way I just never thought possible, where people on supposedly my side would start to become science deniers, biology deniers, but also develop this incredibly hateful mindset that if you didn't go along with everything that they believed, you would be cancelled, you'd be destroyed, you'd be shamed, you'd be vilified. And now, as we've seen with Charlie Kirk, you will actually be murdered in cold blood. Simply.
I wish I ever had that naivety in my life. I mean, he's kind of saying what Shu said in her ridiculously long, unparagraphed post.
Yeah, is it? I mean, it's worth the extra characters to hit the space bar or the return key and put a space in there. Just a little space, please.
But yeah, we've talked about this before. I mean, I do believe there are some folks on the left. I don't know how many they are. I unfortunately think it's a small minority of them who genuinely are decent people and genuinely do. I think this about my family because I know these people. They are not horrible, nasty people who are normally like kill folks. But watching what has happened over the last 10 years and seeing where these people have gone with what's called liberalism today. There was an update on that graph of the political sphere. Starts with the guy on the right and the guy on the left, and then there's that guy near the middle on the left. And then the next picture shows the guy on the left even way further, and it moves the middle ground. And the update is that now the far left is a guy prone with a sniper rifle. And both the guy who posted it and somebody who was arguing with them were like, this is overly dramatic, or this is overly exaggerated. Like, is it really? They might not all be shooters, but they're all cheering a shooter. And so the people who are even for maybe not right next to the center when it all started, they could have been on the far left at that time. And those people are considered right wing now. And so you have these people who have to get it burned. And Dave Rubin is one of these folks that he came to the right because he saw what the left was doing. He disagreed with them a little bit, and they fucking raped him over it. I'm sorry, we're probably not supposed to say rape, are we? They tried to destroy him over it. How many people have we seen that happen to? And then people like Piers, sorry, Shu, people like you are so naive that you're like, no, they're still good people.
Yeah, they're just being hyperbolic. Remember?
There are good people on the left, but you guys are quickly becoming the minority. I would even argue you already are.
Yeah, they're absolutely in the minority.
And I think this is going to be a wake up for the ones who aren't. And they might not go right wing, but they're going to leave you guys, because what the fuck are you doing?
For having opinions that they don't like.
Wait, is there a pro-Palestinian in the chat? Fuck off.
It is, as I said at the start of this.
I'm not in the mood for retards right now. I got a couple of them on the screen.
It's unnerving. It's quite scary, actually. And when you see those TikTok videos of them so proudly talking about this, joyously celebrating a murder like that, I really do fear about what is going on.
Okay, that's fair. But where was this worry about what's going on when polls are showing that young college students think that free speech is a bad thing? How can you be at all surprised by this? Well, it was something like 56% of the people polled, college students, I believe it was people just entering college, thought that free speech should be limited. Which, by the way, becomes an oxymoron when you limit it.
Well, they don't really grasp the concept, I don't think, anymore. They're not really taught what free speech means.
I just love that question. Should free speech be limited? What? Anyway.
Not even that it's about his actual opinions. It's about the opinions that many thought leaders on the left purport that he has, which are complete lies.
True.
So look, I am in somewhat of a reconciliatory mode here. So I'd like,
again, just want to remind you, I'm not. Fuck these people.
To ask Cenk, I have 10 headlines here he has put up.
That's them, not me this time.
About Charlie Kirk. They are on his channel right now. And let's see if Cenk believes that these are true. Charlie Kirk says prominent black women took white people's spots. Charlie Kirk boasts about his all-white basketball team. Charlie Kirk.
By the way, Charlie Kirk, that first headline. Hang on, let's go back 1 second here.
Let's see if Cenk believes that these are true. Charlie Kirk says prominent black women took white people's spots.
I know the clip that's about because I saw somebody else using it as an example to show that Charlie Kirk said black women suck. It's not what he said. He names 4 black women. It's Michelle Obama. Oh fuck, I'm trying to remember them all. Kamala Harris. The chick with the bad wig who said, "Get in their faces if you see them in public."
Maxine Waters.
Waters, thank you. And there was one other, I forget, maybe it was Ketanji Brown Jackson. They all came out and said that they are there in their positions because of DEI. And Joy Reid. Yes, Joy Reid was one of the ones that he named. Thank you.
Joy Reid.
They all came out like, I have my position because of this. Maxine Waters says she got into college with it. I forget what Michelle Obama's actual thing. And Charlie was just pointing out, and if I remember correctly, he doesn't actually say he took it from white people. He says you took the spot from somebody else, somebody qualified.
Yeah. Watch Chank's face as he's reading this, because not only is he getting mad, there are times he smiles at some of these. Same one that Sargon lady, I think her first name's like Batea or something I can't pronounce.
The reality is that technically that headline is true, but only if you absolutely take Charlie out of context in the worst possible light you can.
Which is usually what they do.
It's exactly what they do every time.
Charlie Kirk boasts about his all-white basketball team. Charlie Kirk gives piggish advice to high school girls. Ex-employee exposes Charlie Kirk's grift. Charlie Kirk embarrasses himself. Charlie Kirk's brain melts explaining anti-vax conspiracy. Charlie Kirk rants about women in their 30s. Charlie Kirk has literally no clue how the real world works. Charlie Kirk.
In all seriousness, this is what I was talking about with you and me. Even if these headlines were absolutely true, we have said way worse shit than this.
Oh, yeah, especially about women.
Women in their 30s? We have the blue gumball theory around here, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. I mean, Charlie's so milquetoast, the cereal soup argument looks like fucking more extreme than him.
Right?
Kirk gets triggered, declines appearance over pronouns. Charlie Kirk doubles down on women hating backlash. I am telling you, Piers, Charlie Kirk was one of the best human beings I ever met. He did not have a bone of racism, misogyny, or anything else in his body. But liars lie, and they gin up otherwise good people. From the little bit we know about this shooter, he had a stable household. He was going to college. He was fine. We'll find out where he got radicalized. But please, please, let's not pretend we don't know where this stuff is coming from. And please, let's not pretend that this thing is going both ways, because it is absolutely not. I
want to say shocked, but I'm really not, that we haven't heard any of his online activity yet.
I think a lot of it got scrubbed because apparently one of his friends talked to the FBI and allegedly showed them screenshots from Discord.
That's his roommate who did it.
Oh, his roommate. Yeah. But now Discord is coming out and saying that doesn't exist. So I would be shocked if Discord scrubbed all that shit and is just trying to deny it. But let's face it, Discord was where a lot of these people seem to end up. I'm not blaming Discord for that. I'm just saying that's an arena where people talk.
This is why I'm so very happy he was caught alive, because this shit will come out in court.
Yeah, it would have made him a martyr to the crazy Antifa people if he had been killed.
Is dry cereal soup as much as dry soup is?
I mean, a lot of noodles come dry. You can buy those dry. So
you can buy whole packets of dry soup. I mean, they MREs often have soup in them.
Ugh.
I'm just saying. Anyway.
Yeah, look, we're not going to rehash the argument about cereal soup today, but
don't try me on the cereal soup. I've never lost.
He will beat you down until you just give up. Trust me.
Thank you. That's what it's like arguing with me. Don't do it. I wouldn't argue with me, and I love to argue.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you come at it from a very logical perspective, and I respect your opinion on it. I just think you're wrong on that one. And hot dogs and tacos.
And hot dogs are not tacos. They're a sandwich.
No, taco.
Did the Mexicans invent them?
Soft taco. I don't think Mexicans invented tacos. Folded over tortillas? Come on.
Yeah, it'd be weird for them. Tortillas and Mexicans? Are you crazy?
Anyway. I mean, they could have stole it from the Spanish. I'll give them potatoes. That's where they came from, South America. So you can all thank the Incas for that.
All right, your silly break is over. Back to the retardation.
That silly breaks are never over.
That one is.
Oh, fair point. Fair.
Well, you know what, Cenk? I'll ask you a question directly, actually. Do you think Charlie wanted to be martyred? Do you think Charlie wanted to be martyred? Do you think Charlie wanted to be killed? Yes or no?
Of course not. What kind of asinine question is that?
You don't? Because that's pretty interesting. Because here's a video of you, Cenk, talking when Charlie was at a breakfast.
For these guys, and they don't deserve it. But I do also want to point out, as they're in the middle of crying now, although Charlie was smiling ear to ear throughout the entire video, thinking, yes, I'm now the victim, and I'll get to claim that my rights have been abridged.
Did you catch the beginning of that, Cenk? Listen, we'll do it again.
No, I didn't. And that's totally out of, no, we're not going to do it again. Totally out of context. I don't even know what that.
You said he made an easy martyr. How is that out of context? I mean, it was about somebody silencing him, but I mean, the ultimate silencing happened 3 days ago.
Yeah, he's an easy martyr.
Frank, thank you. A hot dog is a sausage you can eat as a sandwich. That's fair. The hot dog itself is, but when we say a hot dog, no, I'm not doing this. Stop it. We have other tardation to take care of.
Yeah, but none of them. I mean, look, there are some arguments that are very important in life.
True.
No. Listen, brother.
Are you trying to get harm on me?
Second.
Is that what you're trying to do,
clown.
you loser?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Are you trying to get harm on me? Nothing that you... Wait, are you suggesting, Cenk, that what you said would bring harm on you?
Yeah, that's a weird thing to say there, Cenky.
Yeah, that's almost an admission.
Huh. Well, huh.
Right.
No. I'm trying to
do conciliation.
Exactly what
this
people
guy,
like you
look at the last
done.
two things of your last two guests.
Piers.
Jesus,
what they said was, yes, we should have reconciliation, but it is not without any contrition, right? It's not without a mea culpa.
Thank you. Even if you're going to be like, I'm going to be contrite, you can't just do it blanketly. Because you know what you are then? You're a doormat. And what happens to doormats, Jack?
Oh, they get walked on.
Charlie was accosted by Antifa at a breakfast in Philadelphia, and the video that I just played is you with a cartoon of him as Charlie Brown saying that he would love to be martyred so he could be the victim. Well, I guarantee you, his wife, who now doesn't have a husband, and his kids who don't have fathers, did not.
Bro, he literally played the clip of what you said. That's not me. Those words you just played from my mouth are not what I said. By the way, Charlie hates gays. Fuck, bro. All right. The clip I saw of Dave reading that off, it did not have this part of the exchange. So this is new to me too.
Yeah.
Want him to be
you
martyred.
just played isn't what
It's exactly what you said, brother. It's exactly
what
what
it was.
Let's do it again.
No, it isn't.
What do you mean it's not what?
Let's do it again.
This is why I have trouble giving TYT credit for being sad about Charlie's death and saying you shouldn't do this, because these were the assholes during the Berkeley riot who were like, it wasn't the left wing, it wasn't Antifa, it wasn't people on the campus, it was outside agitators. Like that made it better. That it was their defense for saying no, it's not because of left-wing agitation. No, it was outside agitators.
No,
well, what kind?
The real thing here is the don't blame us and don't come after us.
Yeah.
Oh man, it looks like Cenk's pooping right there.
It does. Like there's one stuck and he's offended by it.
It's like being in one of those open air bathrooms where they don't have the dividers. And Cenk's squeezing out a big one, and Dave's trying not to make eye contact because he's so freaked out. Yeah.
I've said this about so many people on the left. They're coming out and they're saying the right words. Political violence is wrong. And then they'll turn around and say the most horrible, vile shit. Like, well, political violence is wrong. It's all Donald Trump's fault for being a fascist Nazi pig. You cannot be. Yeah, you can't be out there going, I'm against political violence. By the way, that guy's a Nazi. It gets better, trust me. Oh, I'm there for it, Matt.
Yeah.
Is this why Constantine leaves?
I don't remember.
Excuse me.
We just heard it. We just heard it.
It's not.
All right. So
it's not.
No,
let's do it again.
Cut this crap out.
Come on,
no,
we'll do it again.
Piers,
Dave, send it to Piers so he can just put it on the screen.
Right?
Piers, can we talk about reality? This is something he's going back to, like.
Can we talk about reality? It's a video of you. That was real, fucker.
So desperate to change the subject.
And you know what? Cenk, you could have an answer here. You really could. You could be like, you know what? What I said was hyperbolic and stupid. I shouldn't have said that. Of course, I don't think he wanted to be martyred. I was playing to my crowd and I apologize for it. And instead, you went with, I didn't do that.
Yeah, because he's not sorry about it. And he doesn't care what really happens. He just doesn't want to have a target on his back by vengeance-seeking right-wingers.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Well, I think Cenk should be allowed to respond.
What I said there.
And they don't deserve
it. It allows for easy martyrdom for these guys, and they don't deserve it. That was when Antifa was going after him at a breakfast in
Okay, so let's
Philadelphia.
let Cenk respond to that.
No, that was about words, you moron. Okay, Jesus Christ, man. All right, so
easy martyr.
So Cenk doesn't know the definition of the word martyr?
Well, look, I will even give him some grace here and say he meant it rhetorically because Charlie gets shut down and then he can martyr himself as, look what happened to me. But how do you say that and not think that the ultimate martyring would have him getting killed? So he would want that too.
Yeah, martyrdom involves death. It's not.
It does, but you can use stuff rhetorically. You can, you can use it metaphorically.
He said he used it hyperbolically, but
hyperbolically works. And I will even give him that's what he was talking about. But what is the logical extension of that?
Yeah, the more eternal martyrdom of death, because then you really are a martyr.
Yeah. If he wants to be martyred just because they silenced him, there's no greater silencing than getting killed. You fucking prick. You think Cenk is smart enough to think of that? I do think that listening to the clip, I do think that he was meaning it not as in being killed, but as in being silenced. That way he can be the martyr for free speech there. But again, it's what Cenk isn't smart enough to grasp is what the logical conclusion of that is.
Yeah, and he chooses his words poorly a lot. I've noticed this with Cenk because he's not terribly smart. So when he uses words like that are not quite right, but you can understand what he's trying to say, it could be taken out of context incredibly easily.
To reality, okay? Shut up. Let's get to reality, okay? So your last two guests, while pretending to be conciliatory, one of them started talking about me and started talking about blood on the hands. And then this idiot brings out a clip from 10 years ago that's about words and is
Yeah, Dave, if you were going to go back in his history, you should have brought up him talking about how it was okay to jack off a horse.
Right? Oh, sorry, wrong clip. Oops, also, I think Cenk really wanted to drop the F slur right there.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Pretending it has to do with violence. No show in America has called for nonviolence more than the Young Turks has. Oh, hey, can I talk after being accused of terrible things that I didn't come within a million miles of doing?
You absolutely defended violence in the Milo situation. Go fuck yourself, Cenk.
He's defended violence many times.
Yep, absolutely has. And he said Young Turks. That goes for all of them.
Yeah. Well,
you're named after a fucking genocidal group, you piece of shit.
Right? And his people have done pretty atrocious things too, like Jimmy Dore spitting on Alex Jones. Yeah, you preach nonviolence, sir, champ.
Who did Charlie invite to have these conversations? Me. Why did he invite me if I'm so bad when it comes to these issues? No.
Because you have a decently sized platform and he got to embarrass you.
Yeah, he wanted to make you look like a clown. And not the scary kind, just the stupid kind.
Yeah.
Oh, it's because Charlie and I understood.
Katie. I am not even reading that. I thought you were a good girl.
To work,
that we could vehemently disagree. We could, David, let me speak. So we understood that we could have vehement disagreement, and we often did. And look, guys, but without it
Jake,
getting
are you going to delete any of those videos? Are you going to delete any of those videos accusing him of being a white supremacist?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Because Dave, what you're doing is, Dave, will you let me talk?
Do you think he was a white supremacist?
Piers.
Was Charlie a white supremacist?
No,
Was
listen
Charlie
to me.
a misogynist?
Listen to me. Well, if you're not going to let me answer, what the hell's the point of this?
You haven't tried to answer yet. You just keep yelling, listen to me, while not saying anything. I've seen lefties on Piers do this a lot. If they get slightly interrupted, and in fairness, he's been interrupted quite a bit, but Vinny and that gay dude down there,
Dave.
I don't remember his name. No, the other gay dude.
Oh, yeah.
The liberal gay dude there. They were able to have a back and forth without either one of them having to shout repeatedly. Each one of them did ask the other not to interrupt them, but they didn't make that their full argument, which is exactly what Cenk has done.
Yeah, Cenk is very easy to anger. And once he gets angry, he loses a lot of his perspective and rationality. And I understand that. I get angry too. But you can't sit there and just go, listen to me, let me speak. You're not getting anything across. You're just being a tard. And you end up sounding like Destiny.
Yep.
Okay, listen.
Well, you won't
So do I still disagree with the things that Charlie said? Of course I do. I'm not changing my opinion on that. And all the titles that you just read were very normal political disagreements. In none of
saying that he said black women are stealing the jobs of white people, that's just normal political speech.
Saying that he wants to be martyred. Totally normal political speech on the left. Not for normal people, but crazy leftists.
Gigi Evan, thank you again. Cenk and his horseplay makes more sense now, given he admitted to being inbred. He never had a chance to be a thoroughbred. Stop.
That's really funny.
That is funny. And for the record, I don't remember what the two stories were. Everybody always says horse, but I honestly, it's been so long since I've seen them. I know one of them was about dogs. I don't remember what the other one was about. Anyhow.
the titles were there.
He might just be a dog fucker, not a horse fucker, is what I'm getting at.
I mean, he seems more like a pony or a donkey kind of fella.
I don't know, and I don't want to take him out of context or slander him in any way and suggest that he fucks horses when it might just be that he really wants to fuck a dog.
Fair.
Just saying. I see Cenk is sweating hard. Thank you, Logical Mail. Well, he's alive, so of course. I mean, he's the embodiment. Lad. He's the embodiment of that fake commercial in Crazy People. Are you tired of sweating on relatively cool days?
Stop being fat.
Call for violence because there never is on the Young Turks. And I abhor what happened to Charlie. I met his wife. This is a human being. Look, guys, there's two.
Am I the only one that remembers their coverage of the 2016 election and their reaction and their hoping that bad shit happened to people?
Yeah.
That's not a call to violence. That's just hoping that somebody treats you like that. They were literally calling for like people to get deported and shit, which is totally not violent. Just ask them.
Yeah, it's an
Oh, wait.
educated wish. That's all it is.
Things that I propose. You guys
Do
can go
those,
back
do those
and forth,
headlines imply
and
that Charlie's
the
a
blindness
racist
of
or a
both
misogynist?
sides.
Yes or no?
Now I talk. Now I talk.
Oh, they don't?
Enough
They
with
don't?
the accusing and then not letting me talk.
Hulk talk now.
Check smash.
Okay, so listen, this whole idea, both sides are blind.
Anna's gonna find Dave and kill him. Don't go after her man, dude. And I'm not suggesting any kind of sexual relation, but she's very protective of him and she hates you, man.
Yeah, she'll have to talk him down. Sun's going down, Chank. The sun's going down.
Frank, thank you so much. Oh, that scrolled up on me. What about when they called for cops to be beat? Hey, that didn't happen. They've never called for political violence.
They're peaceful on the Young Turks, you know, the genocidal maniacs.
But you know what? I have no doubt Cenk believes what he just said.
Oh, yeah.
Because
Absolutely.
to them, calling for cops to be harmed isn't calling for political violence. That is calling for what needs to be done.
Yeah, in his mind, that's a call to justice, not a call to action.
That's
and
not
that
violence.
is scary thinking.
Anyway.
You know, and Piers, you know this better than anyone. I call out Biden and I say, "Our Democrats, are you crazy? He's obviously old. He's obviously lost his."
The fuck does that have to do with literally anything?
Nothing. He's just trying to point out how he will attack his own too. You know, like the Turks did to the other Turks.
That's fine, but give me the example where you've done it over political violence.
Yeah, or you could you pull up a bit? You should be able to pull up a random video and say, "Look, here's where I disavow violence." I mean, we've had a lot of violence over the years.
Dave had a video ready.
Yeah. Yeah, I could probably within 5 minutes find a video where we've condemned violence.
Oh yeah, we did it in this one.
Yeah, we've done it the last couple of days, which was not easy to do that first day, let me tell you. But yeah, it's pretty obvious that we don't believe in unnecessary violence around here.
Yeah, the worst I've done is wish somebody got ass cancer and got to live a long life with it.
Yeah, that's a weird thing. I was thinking Legos in the pee hole, and you went straight to like the worst possible thing.
Yeah, well, I don't want them to die from it.
Yeah, I don't know if that's better or not.
I want them to live 30, 40 years with their ass cancer.
I was thinking like severe IBS, but you went there.
Thank you, the logical male. Is this destiny shape-shifting into Cenk? No, Cenk is always a shitbag like this, man.
Yeah, he probably inspired Destiny in a lot of ways.
Faculties, right? And now this absurdity about how the right are all angels. Are we kidding? You guys?
Nobody has said the right are all angels. Why do they always got to go so hyperbolic with it?
Oh, they got to move that goalpost, man. They love shifting that thing.
Everyone has admitted the right does some bad things. The problem is there's more of it from the left, and it's accepted on the left. That's why. But none of these fucking little lefties want to deal with that part of the conversation.
You didn't see January 6th. You didn't see them attacking cops, raiding the Capitol, chanting, "Hang Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence." But that leads to my point, not that the right is more guilty. And I'm sickened by the trend that has now appeared on the left of violence. I'm sickened by it.
The trend that has now appeared on the left. You just said that clip Dave played was from 10 years ago, and it's from Charlie getting beat up by Antifa. I guess in the terms of how old the earth is, that just happened. But just a second ago, when you were trying to it was 10 years ago, like it was the longest fucking time in the world. Isn't it amazing how things can shift depending on the moment he needs them?
Well, I mean, he is a leftist, and he did name his company after a genocide he didn't believe happened.
You guys, I know for a fact because I either responded to it on a video or in a stream. You and Anna sitting there talking about how it's acceptable to punch Nazis. And you weren't actually talking about anybody who was a Nazi when you were saying it. It's just people you decided were. And you're surprised at the sudden increase in, or the sudden turn to violence. Huh?
It's so fat and sweaty.
Jesus. Oh.
You're not wrong, dude. I got nothing I can add to that because you nailed it. I mean,
the sudden turn to violence. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm starting to really wonder if he isn't delusional.
This fat motherfucker is going to get me in trouble because I'm going to end up waking up my wife.
She will be upset. You woke me up over Cenk Uygur.
The complete rewriting of history, recent history, is astounding. Anyway, all right, back to dipshit.
So I'm proposing two things, guys.
Okay.
Well, no way should we ever shut down speech. No way. Not right-wing speech, not left-wing speech. You don't shut it down with the government, and you don't shut it down with violence.
All right, I'm with you on that one. I don't think you believe it, but okay.
Yeah, there's a butt coming.
So first thing is easy. The second one is hard. The first one is on all of our shows, as we do every day, call for nonviolence. The minute you see someone saying something violent, say, don't do that. That is unacceptable. That is not who we are on the left. That is not who we are on the right. That is.
But it is who you are on the left. So I'm not a liar.
Yeah.
Fuck. He lost me on point one because of his own rules.
I told you there was a butt in there.
Not who we are as Americans. You can say anything you want. For example, did Charlie say things that were anti-Muslim? He did. Did I still talk to him? Yes. And
I say things that are anti-Muslim all the time because the Muslim faith is retarded. For the record.
I mean, it advocates pain and hurting people. He's anti-Muslim because he's a Christian. So you can't have peaceful people and violent people.
Can we look at what he did there, though? As though it's some kind of crime to be anti-Muslim. It's perfectly fine to be anti-Christian in this country. Why would that even be a point? It's perfectly fine to be anti-religion. Tons of people tell me they're atheists. Pussies won't talk about Islam.
Islamophobia.
Why is he saying, did he say bad things about Muslims? Yes. So? I don't. This is what we were talking about the other day, Jack, where the left's views versus of Christianity versus Islam is fucking amazing. Because if you read the two books, is there some stuff in the Bible that you can read and go, ooh, yes, absolutely, 100%. If you've never read the whole thing yourself, you'll find some stuff in there that go, ooh, and maybe you can or cannot justify that in your own faith. It's not my point to say so. Go read the Quran. Go read that shit and see if those are even comparable in the heinous shit that is written in there.
Yeah, look, I haven't read the entire Bible, but I have not seen anything about people wanting to marry 9-year-olds.
No,
I don't think it's in
excuse me. He married her when she was 6. He just didn't pork her till she was 9.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
technicalities, that makes it better.
I got heat for that. But guys, we're never going to convince each other if we never talk to one another. And now, if we start killing each other, it's madness.
I want that as my ringtone for my sister. It's madness!
If we start killing each other. If.
I think he means if the right wing starts killing people. Because we've seen a lot of lefties doing it.
You're having this discussion because Charlie was killed, dummy. I guess he's not people. Is that what you were getting at there? Or are you just this retarded? You're right, Jack. That's what it comes down to. I mean, we saw the same thing from his nephew, Hassan, for those of you who don't know. As soon as he finds out Charlie's dead, it's like, oh my God, this could happen to me.
Yeah, Charlie Kirk murdered Hassan and Cenk most affected.
If we start, please don't shoot me. Don't shoot Cenk Uygur. He is not worth the 25 cents or whatever bullets cost now.
Right? Waste of ammo.
Don't make a martyr out of these shitbags.
Plus, I think buffalo are still protected species.
I think they are, unless it's for wild wings.
You're making me hungry.
This is a complete aside. Buffalo Wild Wings sponsored the NFL game that was on YouTube the other day, and they were the only commercial I actually liked. It was a buffalo on a date with this really clingy chick.
Oh, and that stupid buffalo's still up there? Oh, wow.
Yeah, I fucking loved it. It was great. Anyway, back to these people. I miss the old NFL where brands knew that's how you got attention, was with funny commercials.
Yeah. Yeah.
Instead of Jaguar, you can be gay too.
You don't know what we sell, but it's really gay.
Jaguar, let us put it in your butt. Anyway.
There's nothing wrong with disagreement, but there's something terribly wrong with violence and shutting down conversations. And then the hard one.
Piers, I just think
the left
and the right.
There's something wrong with there's something wrong with violence and shutting down conversation. Didn't you tell Dave to shut up?
That's pretty violent, Monkey. I don't think Cenk Uygur.
That's shutting down conversation. He was trying to have a conversation with you. You're like, shut up, it's my turn to talk. He was asking you questions. That's conversation. That's how conversation works.
Of course.
You can't even stick to your own shit from 2 seconds ago.
Well, it's a lot of work.
Oh my God. No wonder he's like 10 years ago. It's a long time.
There's no such thing. Hold on. Last thing.
We're not ready.
There's no such thing as the left or the right. There are people that are a giant range, and we explain this on the Young Turks all the time about the right wing, which is, guys, are they radical right? There are, right? But are they the entirety of all of the Trump voters? Of course not. There's so many good Americans who voted for Trump, who, by the way, some of them voted for Obama before, some of them voted for Bernie before.
I just want to once again bring up the Young Turks 2016 election coverage and encourage you all to go watch it. Not right now, though, because we're not done. FL, thank you. Don't call him a buffalo. They're too majestic. He's a wild hog. I don't know where the buffalo thing came with Cenk.
Somebody called him that.
Was it AIU?
Yeah, it was either AIU or Dami Pesos, but I think it was AIU. Called him the brown buffalo.
I don't know why he did it, because I wasn't a big AIU fan. I find Devin to be intolerable. But yeah, so I'm not exactly sure why he did it, but I do. Yeah, people are telling me I was right. Yeah, so I do remember that's where it came from.
Same thing on the left. This guy's a lunatic. Are there extreme left wingers? By the way, the clip that you showed, Piers, no prominent Democrat or left wingers on there, but that clip.
You're right. They're showing the people who vote for the prominent Democrats.
Yeah,
they would have been better off showing, if you want to point out how shitty these people are, Elizabeth Warren being like, it's the Republicans' fault because they won't give us gun control. Mm-hmm. AOC saying the same stupid shit.
Yeah. How about his nephew?
A sitting senator and a sitting congresswoman blamed the Republicans for Charlie Kirk getting shot.
Some of them blame Trump specifically for it, too.
Elizabeth Warren did, because she gets asked about turning down the rhetoric, and you need to go talk to the man in the White House. I do not know how anybody ever had any respect for that whore.
I don't either.
Anyway.
Sicken me. It's sickened me. So
okay, but Cenk.
Elements.
It sickened you because you thought, oh shit, I could be next, not because you gave a shit. I'm sorry. And Sean, if you're still around, I know you were impressed, and so was I, for the record, with how the Young Turks handled it first. But looking at their history and looking at Cenk lying about their fucking history instead of accepting responsibility for his part in this shit. We've never, ever, ever said we did violence. No, bad.
Well, hardly ever.
Miles Kinslow, thank you. Hey, Monk, the left seems to be on defense, and a lot more people are disgusted by the Democrat/left behavior. People are questioning them a lot more. Yeah, and even Piers in this discussion when he's talking about where he started to have divisions with the left. It's not just over this; it's over things like being anti-science. The left has overplayed their hand, and it is all because of Elon Musk. I don't care if you hate the man, but what he did is he changed America by buying X. Because without him, all of this shit, they still control. If X hadn't been taken over by Elon, Charlie did deserve to die. That's what would be all over X right now, and any other discussion would be shot down like, no, how dare you? You got to go away now.
Yeah, you'd been banned for saying anything.
You're defending the guy who read the Bible.
Yeah. Oh my God, the Bible.
Anyway.
Okay, but check. Hang on. But hang on. You mentioned that, and in fact, there are clips though of high-profile people saying that stuff. Matthew Dowd got fired by MBM.
He said it right after Charlie got shot.
Yeah. He deserved to be fired for that. That was gross.
Body wasn't even lukewarm yet.
MSNBC within minutes, literally, of saying this on the night that Charlie got killed.
Talk to me about the environment in which a shooting like this happens.
This fucking clip, man.
Yeah, and again, emphasize what you just emphasized. We don't know any of the full details of this. We don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration or.
Pause right there, because that is one of the dumbest fucking things that has ever been on TV.
I'm telling you, man, they think all right-wingers or even Republicans in general are a bunch of hillbillies in overalls doing the Yosemite Sam rootin', tootin', shooting.
Wow. Hang in there. This isn't even the worst part of what this asshole said. Can anybody find me most gun owners know it's a really bad idea to just fire your gun in the air.
Yeah.
But is there an instance where somebody at a Charlie Kirk rally in celebration was shooting like it's New Year's Eve in 1870?
No, that's something that drunk weirdos do on like New Year's. It's not normal people behavior. It's not your typical gun owner that does that, much less a Republican.
You're talking about Charlie Kirk fans, not Boogie.
Yeah, exactly. Or my former Mexican neighbors that would do that when it was 4th of July.
Oh, for fuck's sake, man. And when I first watched this, I thought this was the worst. And then he says this.
So we have no idea about this. But following up on what was just said, he's been one of the most divisive.
Can I just point out, because I've mentioned many times he's the only one fired. Listen to what he says right here.
We have no idea about this. But following up on what was just said.
Following up with what was just said. And then he goes on to say the part that got him fired. So he's following somebody. I haven't seen what happened before this. I haven't seen that clip going around, but I'm because I missed this first couple of times I saw this. I'm curious what he's following up on. I'm curious if somebody else said something very similar to this shit. It's MSNBC, so I would not be shocked at all.
He's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions. And I think that's the environment we're in, that people you can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place.
Matt.
And that's the unfortunate environment we're in.
In other words, Cheng, yeah.
What was that?
You mean like shooting somebody you disagree with because they're out talking to your friends?
Yeah.
Weird.
He's one of those motherfuckers I talk about when I said they better hope karma's not real.
Oh, shit.
Because they've got a present for you, my friend. Nobody hurt this man. He's got to live with being him.
He's got to live with being this retarded.
Yeah.
Had it coming. And I found that despicable. I said it in the moment. He then got fired, and quite rightly. But there were lots of other high-profile people, actually.
Bring up that nobody called him out. Why will nobody bring that up?
Because that would be calling him out, and Piers is still a lefty.
Who weren't just TikTokers saying bad stuff. Just hold fire panel for a moment. I'm being joined now by Republican Congresswoman Lauren Boebert. Lauren, thank you very much indeed for reading.
Sorry, guys. I don't care what Boebert has to say. I think she's an airhead, and I don't. Is everybody okay if I skip her? I know she's pretty to look at and stuff, but she is a fucking bubblehead. And I'm afraid she's going to say something that's going to make me actually have a stroke because she's an idiot. Skip. Cool. There we go.
Kirk was murdered than you have done for many months. I found that a particularly disturbing thing that you revealed there. But I appreciate you coming on.
I don't know what he's talking about. I did see that Nancy Mace put out a video of people saying heinous shit to her. Did you see that?
No, I heard something about it, but I didn't see the clip.
None of them were death threats, but they were fucking vile. Just vile.
No, I'm not surprised.
And so thank you very much.
Thank you, Piers.
Well, to go back to the panel, I mean, Battier.
Boebert, put your glasses back on. You had that cute nerd girl thing going on.
Yeah.
Stop trying to look like an Instagram model.
Yeah, you're taking away from the hotness of it.
The thing we haven't discussed in all this, I guess, is the guns. Obviously, every time there's a big action of gun violence, there's a big debate about it. It's well known that when I was at CNN, got into many debates about this. I got into debates with Charlie about guns. In fact, he tweeted something which, now you look at it and you sort of wince when you read that. Hey, Piers Morgan, I thought guns don't save lives.
Why do you wince? I don't understand why you would wince at that. This is about a guy who prevented violence with a gun. And if somebody had gotten a gun on that guy before he got to Charlie, that would have saved Charlie's life.
Yeah, but that's not how an anti-gunner is going to look at it. I mean, Piers is still a little tarded.
Am I wrong? I'm genuinely asking, am I wrong that there's nothing wince-worthy about this?
No, I'm with you 100%, but you got to look at it from the gun grabber perspective, especially the British. They're very brainwashed into not thinking that guns are useful in any way. It's propaganda that they have been exposed to.
And actually, he was talking about an Uber driver who'd had a concealed carry weapon, which saved his life. So Charlie and I debated guns. We came at it from different perspectives. And I respected that. And he did. And he then came on my show to talk about other things. So we didn't let that mean we couldn't debate things. Where are we with guns in America? I sort of felt I learned the lesson when I was debating with the NRA and so on. This is an American problem that can only be resolved by Americans.
We could solve it your way and just have people getting stabbed all the time and acid thrown on them.
Yeah, they still have shootings over there because people get illegal guns.
It's an American problem. He makes it sound like violence is an American. Gun violence is an American problem. Sure. It's also prevalent in South America in certain countries.
Yeah, it's prevalent wherever people have guns.
It's almost like if there's weapons, people will use them as weapons.
That's crazy talk.
And if they don't have what you consider to be a weapon, they'll find something else. I mean, again, going to the Boston bombing, they used a fucking pressure cooker.
Yeah.
The 9/11 hijackers used fucking box cutters.
Yeah, you can't ban everything that can be used as a weapon.
Can anybody tell me of a day that in civilian life guns killed more people than died on 9/11? I'm willing to learn.
It's not a UK problem. And actually, we used to all have guns in Britain, and we gave them all up. So we don't have a gun violence problem here. So
if you guys still had your guns, you wouldn't have that immigrant problem going on. That's okay. Just a bunch of kids got raped. No big deal.
Oh, that's the price
nothing.
paid to live in the caliphate.
Yeah. Hey, we gave up our guns. Little girls got raped. No big deal.
Be compared to the United States. But, there's always this is not the right time to discuss it, but people are discussing it. What do you feel about the guns debate in this?
Oh gosh, I feel like it's so irrelevant. I mean, one side of the political aisle in America is heavily armed, and it's the other side that commits the vast majority of political violence. There's a tacit admission from the left that their side is the violent side, because if somebody, God forbid, if a big left-wing influencer, God forbid, was killed, what they would be doing immediately is boarding up every single major city in America, because there would be rioting and looting. People would die. We know that tens, if not hundreds of people died during the BLM riots. And obviously, none of that has happened, and none of that is expected to happen, despite the fact that the right, whose avatar was just murdered in cold blood, is heavily armed, right?
Thank you, Comrade Kitty. Whoops. OKC guy used fertilizer, Tim McVeigh. Where there's a will, there's a psycho that will find a way. Yeah, I mean, McVeigh blew the shit off the Murrah building with fertilizer truck and some 55-gallon drums.
Yeah.
Ban 55-gallon drums.
Ban U-Haul rentals.
So there is this tacit understanding from the left, even as they call the right the source of all the political violence and fascists and Nazis and what have you, that actually the right will not pick up their arms and turn on their leftist neighbors, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of armed lefties out there, but they can't fire with the shit. Even this kid, he was raised Republican, and his dad took him to the range and taught him how to shoot. Let's say, hypothetically, I'm not pulling a Tim Pool here. Hypothetically, though, Jack, civil war breaks out between the left and the right in the U.S. Who's your money on? Just based on knowledge of guns and ability to use them.
The right, hands down.
Yeah.
That's not even a close one. I'm not even going to take a second to think about it, because the majority of the guns are in the hands of the right wing. And like you said, there's poor training, poor gun safety, and poor maintenance by the weapons on one side of the aisle and not the other.
Yeah, make no mistake, they are armed, guys, and they're telling each other to get armed for all those right wingers that are going to hurt you. None of that's happened yet, but they're arming themselves.
Yeah, they're becoming more violent, but at the same time, they're not as good with their weapons.
Yep.
They rely on the forbearance of their conservative neighbors who are much more heavily armed, not
to put this in Andrew Wilson's terms, the left exists at the will of the right, because the right could kill them all. Absolutely. Not saying they should, but if the right were as dangerous as they're telling you, there wouldn't be lefties.
Yeah. If they weren't as tolerant, like she said, the forbearance of the right. And that is really a key phrase to keep in mind here, because if they really did, a lot of lefties want some kind of civil conflict, and I don't think they really understand how that would play out.
Well, they live in their weird fantasies where women can beat up men.
Yeah.
Where a 98-pound woman is just as strong as a 250-pound bodybuilding man.
Yeah, they watch too many movies and TV shows.
Yeah. And you see it in their culture too. I mean, we make the joke about people who overemphasize magazine versus clips. That comes from so many lefties saying clip because they don't even understand the jargon of the gun world. They're just like, well, I got a gun. I guess I'm good. I think they actually.
And he's gone. Wait for it. Now I am in command. Wah! Oh, it's going to be.
I wondered why you weren't laughing at me making retard noises.
Oh, you were making retard noises? Damn.
I was. Damn it.
Do it again.
Well, what I said was dirt to dirt. So, there was a point that went with the dirt to dirt, but I forgot what it was.
I really like just going dirt to dirt for no reason sometimes. It's a lot of fun.
Heavily armed, not to actually take revenge. And we all know that this is happening. They just won't admit it. It is so amazing to sit here and have people bring up case after case after case that has been like thoroughly debunked. You know, just because Josh Shapiro is a Democrat doesn't mean the person who tried to assassinate him was a Republican. That guy did it, he said, because Josh Shapiro is killing his Palestinian friends, okay? And we have cases like that.
Well, that's clearly Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, look, there's a lot of hate facts being dropped by this lady here. I saw the clip of her talking, and I was like, oh, man, I'm kind of in love with this chubby chick.
Fair enough. Fair enough. She is not chubby, though, you sick bastard.
Whatever, fatty.
Dude, her shoulders are right there and there.
Yeah, and look at how fat she is. I can't see the definition of her entire collarbone and top ribs.
I imagine you sitting around reading Play Auschwitz, rubbing it.
You know, what I do in my free time is not really important here. Let's just say, you know, sometimes I consult at a fat camp. And sometimes I go to the really skinny chicks, the anorexic community, and I'm like, you keep up the good work, girls.
Thick-boned, faithless. One of my favorite things I ever saw was a Montel Williams, where this fat chick was claiming she was fat because she was big-boned. So they actually sent her for a scan. And she was shocked to learn her bones were the same size as everybody else.
Oh, my God. Was it Amberlyn Reed? Because I can believe
No.
that. Oh, okay.
I don't even remember the chick. I just remember them doing it and how funny it was.
Oh my God. If you haven't seen it, go to Sinatra's Twitter page. He posted a picture of Foodie Beauty the other day, and dear God, it's from the side. I was like, is that real? Because it was horrifyingly haunting. Like if you pictured a monster, a fat monster, oh man, it was nightmare fuel.
Jack hits on the Halloween or the skeletons at Spirit Halloween. Like, hey, baby.
I feel judged. You told me you wouldn't tell.
All right, here we go.
Again and again, they have to keep going back to January 6th, which, as Vince pointed out, no one was killed except Ashley Babbitt, who was one of the protesters, to compare a meme posted of a Halloween costume to people actually saying the things that murderers then use to justify their killing. Like the guy who killed that couple outside the Jewish Museum in DC.
Dude, don't bring that up. They don't like that one.
Oh, yeah.
They're very happy those Jews died, but they're not. Notice that one really. She's one of the few people I've ever seen mention it when these kind of conversations come up.
Yeah, she is very prepared.
Or like this killer who killed Charlie saying the exact same things you hear from the most prominent Democrats is facetious. It is facetious to compare an actual justification for murder that turns into murder with a photo that gets posted. And this is why conservatives are so frustrated, because they know.
Remember, we read, I forget what the site was, Jezebel. 2 days before Charlie died, they paid witches to curse him.
Yeah. I would like to point out, as a trained English teacher, her use of the word facetious correctly on the internet really just astonished me.
I use the word facetious correctly.
I know, but
Okay.
I talk to you all the time, and
Fair
then she's a woman. They got smaller brains.
Ah, yes. Why does my daughter like you?
I don't know. But she's got good taste. That's for sure.
Oh, that even as the left is demonizing them, the left is tacitly acknowledging that they're not actually in danger from their conservative neighbors.
Lewis, I know you've got to go. Vinny's had to go as well, sadly. Lewis, you've got to go soon. Just final words from you. Have you been influenced at all by anything you've heard tonight?
I sort of feel...
No, because my head is right at my ass. Oh, sorry, they say arse. Damn, almost nailed it.
And maybe we all are. Maybe this is the problem. Piers, as if I'm living in a different world here. A world where...
World of delusion.
Bro, you have no idea how many times I've listened to you lefty fucking lunatics and thought you were living in a different world. I'm just glad you're willing to admit it.
Yeah, I mean, that might be his awakening right there. Is like, do I live... Am I on a different plane of existence?
Are we the baddies?
Yeah. Did CERN merge my universe with this one?
All right, let's hear him out, I guess.
The only invective that we ever hear, the only hostile language, the only violent language, and indeed call to arms, come from one side of the...
Literally nobody said that. This is the hyperbolic shit they do.
Yeah. And the majority of the violent rhetoric he's going to say is from the right, but it's from the left. We could sit here for an hour just going through TikToks and videos off YouTube or Facebook or wherever you want to source it and compare who is saying the most vile shit, the most violent stuff. It's going to end up being majority left wing.
And that includes, because they'd love to go, that's only TikTok. No, that includes congressmen.
Yeah.
Well, mostly congresswomen, if we're being honest.
Well, yeah.
But they like to pretend it's nobody. And that's why I'm glad Piers at least played that MSNBC clip, because that's a contributor to MSNBC. That's a nobody in their world.
Yeah.
That's just a TikToker.
It's hyperbolic when the left does it. It's serious when the right does it. That the hypocrisy is always, they've got to square that circle every time because they justify everything they do and demonize everything you do.
This is why when people say shit like this, you need to call them out. Nobody, literally nobody said that, you fucking idiot. Maybe you can find one or two people on Twitter who say only the left are violent. But the argument isn't about only one side is violent. Only one side justifies it on the regular.
Yeah, the excuses made are so obviously justifications and excuses. It's so pathetic.
I've had to explain to people that you are justifying it. No, I'm not. You actually are. No, I just said he kind of brought it on himself.
I was just pointing out that he deserved it.
Yeah.
Ugh. Fucking scumbag.
I would just go back to this point. US government figures show that a majority of political violence, politically related violent incidents actually come from the right, not the left. Now, I'm not sat here saying...
Again, his statistic, he never gives the statistic. Look it up, guys. That is a bullshit thing.
That there isn't a problem on the left. I've been the first one, quite literally, to say that. But by definition, if there are politically inspired violent incidents on the right, then what is causing those? Are they all just nutters? Are they all just mad? Or how can it be that the left...
They got her muted, or she has herself muted because she's trying to talk. He's not going to like me saying this, but often they're inspired by the left. January 6th. Let's talk. They love January 6th, Jack. Let's talk about January 6th because you and I told people don't do this shit. And what did we hear? Well, they do it. And I told you guys, they've been marching in the streets for no less than 160 days, tearing shit up. And you're going to be the ones that get shit.
Yep. For a couple of hours of barely rioting.
So, I fucking hate these people. I hate them. The January 6th, yes, you can point to Stop the Steal and all of that, but the violent rhetoric and stuff that was going on around it beforehand, because people like Fuentes were out there like, we're going to storm the Capitol. I don't want to say he said that specifically, but he was dropping, this is what the left does, so we can do it. A lot of the political violence you see from the right is a response to what's going on into the left and how they're treating the people on the right. Does that justify the violence? No. But they think it's justified because they watch the news and see the lefty violence be excused time and time and time again. And so they think, well, they're doing it, so we can. Go back and watch the pre-January 6th stuff. It's hard to find these days, Jack. But go back and look at what they were talking about, what was being said on Twitter and YouTube. And I don't even remember if Rumble was around at the time. Go look at what was being said on these places by the people who are like, we need to go to the Capitol. It was directly a response to what or directly a imitation of what happened that whole summer. That was the incoming vice president cheered on. But hell, what the hell? Not just excused, openly encouraged, and even subsidized. True.
Left-wing ones are the ones who are inspired by language. Something must be happening and causing the right-wing violence. And so by definition, presumably, that must be something that is happening in terms of the language of the other side. And just let me finish. And I think we heard from Kristen earlier as well, when he said the left have imbibed this idea that to get what you...
Did he call Constantine Kristen?
Yes.
You cunt.
Want. You are able and should...
Maybe they know each other and that's a nickname.
I doubt it.
I'll take that back for a moment.
Be able to use violence. I mean...
No.
We lose them again? It's getting close to 5 o'clock. That's when Starlink seems to upgrade their shit. So... All right, well, let's see what chat's doing. What's up, chat? Hi, Brian. Hey, mofo. Dead rabbit.
Sorry, it's close to 5 a.m., so we're probably going to have problems for a little bit.
Just told them that.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, guys. I live in the middle of fucking nowhere, and for some reason, Elon needs to fuck with Starlink every day at 5 a.m. Eastern.
Yeah, it's almost like he doesn't expect people to be online at 5 in the morning.
Well, it's weird. Somebody says I need fiber. I really do, but Starlink has gotten so good that I have we've even had full episodes, long episodes with no interruption. And then other times when it's perfectly beautiful outside, it's like, fuck your connection tonight. I don't know why. But anyway, I wish I had saved my last rant because this dumbass, when you were gone, Jack, says this.
And should be able to use violence. I mean, come on. Yeah, go back to January the 6th. Because MAGA, at that moment, quite literally decided to use violence to overturn an election result. And
Jack, can you remind me what happened after Memorial Day 2020?
Joe Biden was sworn in, not Trump.
No. Memorial Day 2020.
Oh, 2020.
Summer of Love.
No, that was an illusion by an idea. Yeah.
The nonviolent left was so nonviolent they spread it to countries that don't even have black people in it. Canada had fucking
that for statistics purposes, monkey.
Canada had Black Lives Matter rallies, and we got a lot of content out of watching lefties trying to burn and murder people. That makes us sound horrible. Oh. It's true, though. We got a lot of content out of laughing at these assholes and the violent shit they were doing.
Yeah, well, they were really bad at it. It was mainly why it was funny.
I mean, there's a couple of moments that stick out, but in one instance,
And he's gone. In this one instance, boop. Like, share, and subscribe, guys. Oh, there he is.
Am I back?
Yeah.
Okay. They accidentally black-owned business because somebody, and they stop it because it was a fucking clothing store.
Yeah, by the time they tried to do anything, it was way too late.
Yeah, the store was gone. And you actually can hear them say, "Don't burn that one. It's a black-owned business." I love that they always point to January 6th because the number of people involved in the violence of the summer of 2020 eclipses the January 6th crowd by hundreds of thousands. But hey, that wasn't political violence. The right made political violence okay by January 6th. Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, if you start counting at January 6th, then the right started it. See,
somebody actually said that on Twitter that all of this political violence started on January 6th. And I told them that's only true if you were born on January 5th.
Yeah. No, I think we should go back further. The right started this by taking away slaves.
Yeah.
The political violence started when they elected that Lincoln fella.
True, January 6th was only one day compared to the whole summer. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
remember, these are people who got mad at Trump sending federal troops to defend a federal building that these assholes were trying to light on fire.
Yeah, and they tried to light it on fire while there were people inside. They really want to burn people to death, like their witches or their crosses on a lawn or something. It's very Democrat.
They blinded a police officer with a laser.
Yeah, that was fucking gross.
Dangerous Spaces, thank you. The right is so violent they have to reference 2 events over 8 years. By the way, how many people were charged with January 6th violence? Yeah, it is amazing if you read that. There's very little violence that people were charged for. QAnon Shaman on video saying Trump is saying go home. Yeah. But no, don't. We don't talk about those things because this fucking idiot has to have. No, I'm trying to tell you that the right wing is worse. I'm not saying anybody's worse, but the right wing is definitely worse.
Because, man.
Let's just talk about.
Yeah, because Joe Biden's Justice Department made some shit up that I don't even know and can't quote.
Violent language as well for a second here. Okay. From the very, very top. Sure. Donald Trump, fight like hell. He's
going to make me drop an N-bomb.
Yeah, fight like hell is a lot different than like what Chunky said. Okay. Let's just get through this.
Oh, man. All right.
You don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Rudy Giuliani, let's have trial by combat. Republican Representative Mo Brooks, today is the day American patriots start down taking names and kicking ass. On the Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer kidnapping plot, instead of didn't condemn it. What did Trump do? He said, maybe it was a problem, maybe it wasn't. They
were mostly feds. Maybe it was a problem, maybe it wasn't.
Are you going to point that out?
No,
I mean,
no, literally, he's disingenuous shithead.
Literally 3 of the 5 people in the van that went to scope out Whitmer's place were feds. Well, 2 were feds. 1 was a confidential informant for the feds.
Yeah. Again, I'm going to point out, go watch the documentary Stealing Lincoln's Body. The same thing happened where everybody was from a different agency and almost everybody involved in it was a fed.
I will just also point out in regards to January 6th, we know that there was a plot being put together by, let's call them feds, to try to make what happened on January 6th happen here in Michigan with the Capitol protest.
Yeah. The same people were involved, if I remember correctly.
Yes, the same. The field office director there here in Michigan that was trying to get that kicked off is the guy who was in charge of the FBI there in the field office going on for this. Or he was a minor director at the main building now because we're in DC at this point.
Yeah.
He got moved to DC, and then suddenly we get this plot where they're like, we can't answer if there were any FBI folks in there. Yep.
Hey, fact.
They're just fucking liars.
Down her
but don't worry, guys. He's totally against the violence.
Yeah, he's not disingenuous at all.
He's just lying about these people and making you hate them, or trying to make you. You're listening to this, so you're smarter than that. But
yeah,
trying to make you hate them.
Hey, even on Mitch McConnell, his own Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, on Truth Social, Trump said McConnell had a death wish for supporting bipartisan legislation. If that's not legitimate.
That's a little out of context.
I've said this many times over the last several days. It's amazing how these people, if a Republican says it, they're not being hyperbolic, even when they're clearly using rhetoric. Cenk earlier used the word martyr, and I do believe that he didn't actually mean Charlie wanted to die in that moment. And he can understand that, but can't understand fight like hell doesn't mean actually go out there and punch people in the face.
Yeah, or the fact that Trump was referencing a political death wish, like his career would be tanked.
Exactly.
Context matters. Fucking tards.
The people who keep pushing that language is violent is the left. Like, look at this violent stuff they're saying. They can use if you go back and look at Gabby Giffords getting shot, because this is where that really ramps up, where these assholes start going, look what they said. Because of the bullseye thing.
Yeah.
There were bullseyes put on Republicans all over, and that never made the news.
Oh, why would they want to do that? Remember, one side's evil, the other one's just hyperbolic.
But nobody was calling for anybody to get shot. It was, this is the person we're targeting to get out of office.
What? No, Monkey. The righties, you don't give them that kind of leeway or fairness. No, they're all evil.
You don't get to sit there and tell me that the right using hyperbolic language or metaphors is the most evil thing ever. But when you guys do it, it actually is a metaphor, and you can't say that we said anything bad. Gavin Newsom, I think we're at 2 weeks now, said, forgive me if this violates your sensibilities, but we got to fight fire with fire. We're going to go out there and punch him in the mouth. Not a single news organization that lost their shit over fight like hell ran any stories about the violent rhetoric the governor of California and likely DNC nominee for 2028 was using. Not a single one. Not one of these fucking lefties up here. Actually, literally nobody on this panel has brought that up. He is the governor of one of the largest states in the union. It's something like if the California economy was a country, it would be like 9th in the world. And he was saying that, but no violent rhetoric there, man. Just let it happen. Anyway.
Rising violence, then I don't know what it is.
Constantine, your response to that?
I have to agree with Lewis. He is living in a different reality, one that...
Oh, fuck, Constantine, I love you, man. Well said. Well said.
Has no connection to actual reality.
But what's wrong?
What are you talking
what's
about?
Incorrect about what I've just said.
You're comparing.
He's answering. Cenk's going to get mad at you for asking a question.
Somebody saying fight like hell in the context of a political campaign.
In the context of a
with
lie
what
where
I
you tried to
explained
overturn
earlier.
a democratic
Lewis,
election.
can I speak now? Are you capable of listening to an alternative point of view? Or do you have to shout down? Well, shut up then. Shut up and listen if you're capable of it. Now, you can't compare somebody saying fight like hell in the context of a political campaign with what I explained earlier, which is when
It
you
wasn't a
call
political
people
campaign.
Nazis.
The campaign was over.
Shut up and listen to an alternative opinion. Why is it that you people have a complete
The campaign for president was over, but political campaigning keeps going on. It was absolutely part of a political campaign, not a presidential campaign. Oh, I fucking hate these people.
Well,
you're
yes,
British. You should know the language better than me.
Constantine is from trigonometry, Frosted. Let's see. One thing I do have to point out is he doesn't interrupt. He likes to talk while he's shifting the goalpost.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. He's just chatting.
Frosted. It's Constantine with a K, and I forget his last name. He's easy to find. The show, just to make sure it's pronounced. You said it right, Jack, but it can be hard to hear. It's Trigger, like triggered, trigonometry. It's a show he does with Francis, and follow him on Twitter. Most of his best stuff is on Twitter, but his, those Oxford debate things they do.
Yeah.
If you've never watched him up there, it was actually really funny. So check it out. Kissin, that's his name. Thank you, Constantine Kissin.
Yeah, it's shockingly not a show about guns, even though they use the word trigger.
No, it's more about people being triggered.
Yeah.
ability to listen to opinions that you don't like. Why can't you just sit there and actually hear what I'm saying?
I'm waiting.
You can't oh my God. You can't compare somebody saying fight like hell with somebody explaining that the country is an imminent threat of a fascist takeover, because an imminent threat of a fascist takeover is something that would actually legitimize you picking up a rifle and heading to the front line. So when you and Cenk and people like that call people you don't like far right, hard right, Nazis, and fascist, you are creating an environment in which some crazy people, yes, of course they're crazy, will feel that they're entitled to use violence to prevent the fake fascist takeover you keep banging on about. And there is no equivalence between these things. I disagree, by the way. Cenk is entitled to criticize Charlie Kirk and his positions on the show. That's absolutely fine. But when you label and smear people as fascists and Nazis, that is taking it to an entirely different level. And that is where I hope there would be some self-reflection. But I'm not seeing any on this panel tonight. I'm
going to be quite honest, Jack. I wouldn't have a problem with the hyperbolic use of fascism and Nazis if it wasn't accompanied with the, hey, go be violent. There's a lot of people who hear commie and like throw them from helicopters and actually mean it. And that's wrong. Just argue against them. They're stupid. But when it comes to the Nazi and fascist stuff, he's right here about the way you're putting that out into the world. But it's even worse because they advocate violence against them.
Yeah, it's the implication, as Dennis would say.
Yeah, yeah.
But by comparing them to these vile, dangerous people from history, you are expressly implying that there is a direct threat to you, because look what the Nazis did. Look what the fascists did.
Well, in fairness, I mean, Rush Limbaugh is at least credited with the term feminazi.
Yeah.
And he wasn't saying, hey, go kill these women. He was pointing out that they were, well, psycho. And
yeah, he was talking about behavior.
Yeah, and the difference is Rush Limbaugh wasn't out there going, they're feminazis. You should punch them when you see them.
Yeah.
I remember the Madison Square Garden rally just before the election. And I went to that because I'd never been to any political rally for anyone. But Trump said, why don't you come down? I went down. And I was really struck by the fact that.
Is it weird that the British guy's first political rally was a Trump rally in 2020? The old British guy in 2024?
I find it kind of odd, yeah.
I
went to a Bernie Sanders rally before.
In fairness to Piers, that's actually probably better because, I mean, as a news person, he's worked for the BBC and CNN and those. Probably shouldn't be going to political rallies, but it is weird to me that the first one he goes to is an American one.
I'm kind of surprised that he never covered any as a newsman. You know.
Thank you, Dangerous. Well, he didn't say he didn't cover me, just never went to him.
Yeah, but they have a lot of on-site reporters that those things.
Thank you, Dangerous. Even if Trump lied about the election results, fight like hell doesn't mean violence, you cunt. This is why these people tell rather than show what is said. You'd realize that they're full of shit. Yeah, it is amazing how many times you can shut up a lefty by providing the video.
Yeah, because context is important and they tend to ignore that.
Sometimes it doesn't work, like that idiot I was arguing with earlier today. But, you know, a lot of the time it works. Anyway.
Was being branded by the left, from Hillary Clinton to MSNBC and others, as a neo-Nazi rally.
Yep.
They compared it to one in the 30s at the Madison Square Garden, which was indeed a neo-Nazi rally. And I thought
it wasn't a neo-Nazi rally in the 30s. It was just a Nazi rally.
Yeah, it was the German Bund.
Yeah, just to clarify, because he was using some modern language. They weren't neo-Nazis at the time. Go ahead.
Also, they tend to gloss over the fact that Bill Clinton was at Madison Square Garden holding a political rally. So let's not forget that.
Well, it's amazing. Everything Trump does is, look, it's just like the Nazis. Biden holds that weird fucking Palpatine rally.
Yeah.
And that was Dark Brandon. He was going to show you guys.
Yeah, with this creepy commie lighting.
Well, then it was incredibly dangerous, but also incredibly stupid. There were many Jewish people in the audience. There was a Holocaust survivor, a prominent one, in the audience. Donald Trump, his son-in-law is Jewish. His daughter converted to Judaism. The idea that he is the new Adolf Hitler has always been utterly preposterous. But to take your point, Constantine, I completely agree. If you are telling people all the time that Trump is Hitler and his followers are Nazis or fascists, then it makes absolute logical sense to a warped mind that they should be stopped, and that the only way to stop fascists and Nazis is with violence.
I also want to once again point out that you have to understand it's how they think. This is a point that I've never seen anybody in the mainstream media make, and I really wish they would. Whether it's on Fox or Tim Pool or Crowder steals it from us so it gets some attention. You just heard this guy tell us that fight like hell means political violence. So in his mind, that means political violence. So if anybody on the left says something like that, then it means actually political violence. Now, to you and me, it might mean fight like hell is a metaphor for go out there and give it your all to win an election.
Yeah.
But to him, it means actually fight. And that is an important thing to note.
I have to say that I think some of this comes down to the fact that a lot of lefties, or deranged people in general, not specifically lefties, live in a sort of fight or flight mode, like a constant state of fear and anxiety, where they are always on the cusp of that, of like, oh my God, do I have to be afraid of this? Oh, Nazis, we got to punch them. You know, it's a strange mentality that normal people don't have, but you could be conditioned to constantly be in that state.
Only when the right says it. No. And again, this goes back to the notion like a white guy saying all white people are racist. It's what he is racist and tries to put it out onto everyone else. So if this guy said fight like hell, he would mean go beat somebody up. But if you point that out to him, though, no, I'm cheating on Diet Pepsi with Diet Coke right now.
I could hear you open a can. I'm horrified, sir.
My daughter drinks Diet Coke, but she doesn't drink very much of it. So when she comes up, we buy cans. And then we always end up with a lot extra. So I have a bunch of Diet Cokes to drink.
Nice. Coke is the superior cola product.
The only way I like Diet Coke more is if it comes from my local McDonald's, because their mixture, I don't know what they do to it, but it really does taste like it has alcohol in it, but without the burn going down your throat.
It's all those microplastics.
And I do like the taste of alcohol. I don't like the burn down the throat part of it. So it's nice. And I don't get drunk, and I can still, well, I was going to say I can still drive, but I'm blind now, so not a good idea. Anyway, the syrup hits different. Yeah. Back when I drank Mountain Dew, my favorite, I called it Fountain Dew, from a fountain, because that's just better. Anyway.
And actually, in their heads, they are doing society a favor. This is the right thing to do. So the over-demonization constantly of Trump in particular and people that support him, I've always felt is extremely dangerous.
Are we saying that Donald Trump has never demonized his opponents?
Not at all.
Nobody said that, you fucking cunt. Where did you even get that?
Probably where he got his statistics. It's somewhere around his butthole.
Pierce didn't come close to saying Donald Trump never demonized people. And by the way, there's different ways to demonize people. Calling Pocahontas is demonizing her. It doesn't dehumanize her. It doesn't say, hey, you should go kill this person.
You are a monster full of hate facts tonight.
And if you look at what they call demonizing, it's things like he called Rosie fat. He made fun of the guy in the wheelchair. The same way he makes fun of people not in wheelchairs. Don't make any. It's the old retarded thing. He was doing that, and they're like, he made fun of the guy. Look at him demonizing him.
Yeah,
fuck. Funny. And again, I'm not saying he doesn't demonize anybody. Trump is a very hyperbolic guy.
Yeah, it's.
But wait a second. We have Trump versus literally every member of Congress that is left. Literally all of them have done it.
Yeah.
I completely agree with you when you say that there are many examples on the right of violence amongst the far right. But I do think that there is just over-demonization from everybody. And
No, I'm not letting you get away with that.
He's got to play both sides.
The both sides thing is bullshit. It's just bullshit.
It does lead disturbed minds to believe they are doing the right, good thing. You know, I haven't heard what this shooter has to say. Apparently, he's not cooperating with authorities now. He's got lawyered up and is now saying nothing. But, you know,
at this point, he was literally just arrested. He wouldn't have been saying anything, or you wouldn't have been hearing about it anyway, Piers.
Yeah.
If he was to say, I believe that Charlie Kirk is a fascist and that Donald Trump is a fascist, and I was doing this to save America from fascists, then you could understand how his diseased mind is viewing this. And it will be because, Lewis, he has heard repeatedly on the airwaves for a decade now that is the case.
Well, sure. But my point is this, Piers. Both sides in America, and we're seeing the UK as well, increasingly treat, and I don't welcome this at all, increasingly treat every election as if it is an existential moment.
Well, I mean, we live in the nuclear age. You don't have to like that, but here in America, it literally is. Every American, Russian, UK, Chinese, Indian, Israeli, all of these elections are existential. Or have the capacity to be, Jack.
You're thinking. I've told you about that. It's dangerous. Just shut that brain off.
Our side loses or the other side wins, then the country as we've known it will be gone. Now, yes, the left has, or parts of the left have expressed that in terms of fascism or far.
Parts of the left have. Parts of the left.
Here comes the justification.
Son of a bitch.
All right. The right have its own vocabulary and its own way of describing. And we go back.
Not part of the right. The right. Part of the left and the right. It's amazing how the only good people there are part of the left.
Well, I mean, yeah, obviously. The sophisticated ones, Monkey. We've covered this.
Democracy is on the line. Democrats 2024. Yes, that was their whole running point. How many different clips did we see of people saying democracy's going to end? Wait, is Asshole the Cricket out there? Oh, yeah, he is. I haven't heard him in a while.
That's again what Donald Trump said at the time when he said, if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore, which is exactly, I mean, Piers, you're talking about what depraved minds here or demented minds here, and they go and turn to violence. That is precisely what we saw with January the 6th. That is what we see again and again.
Do you want to bring up the fact that before the election, Democrats were saying that Trump was going to institute martial law if he won the election or if he lost the election, and that they'd have to use the military to drag him out of office?
He wants to put y'all back in chains.
None of that, right? I can go toe to toe with you on the bullshit from left and right, and I guarantee you I'm going to have more examples.
Yeah, well, he just keeps dipping into the well of January 6th and then implying that there are other instances. But yeah, he's only listed that one and like one other event. That was it.
There was a man that was going to kill a Supreme Court justice over the Dobbs decision.
Yeah.
Why? Because they're going to make women have babies they don't want.
They're going to make you travel a little bit to murder the baby.
They're going to force women to bear children like that stupid ass book nobody should ever fucking read.
And again, and what I just find...
I'm against reading now because apparently people only read one book and then it becomes their Bible no matter what it is.
Yeah, it becomes their entire personality. It's sad.
I miss when it was Harry Potter. At least I liked that book.
Yeah. Yeah. Sadly, the Harry Potter weirdos were way more tolerable.
Isn't that a sad fucking thing to say?
It really is, especially when they're like, we're Dumbledore's army.
We used to make fun of them all the time.
That was fun then. It's not fun anymore. They're stupider now.
Thank you, Dangerous. Little Marco, Sleepy Joe, Pocahontas, Crooked Hillary. Oh my God, Trump's basically telling people to kill people. Also, Trump flailed arms to mock a guy whose disability is rigid, immovable arms. Look, man, Trump was absolutely making fun of that guy, but he was calling him retarded. And he was doing the same thing he'd done to tons of other people. I mean, there's actually compilations you can find of Trump doing that.
They're funny.
They are funny.
Trump's hilarious, dude.
But they're like, oh my God, this one's disabled. Look what he did. Get fucked.
And not only distasteful, but frankly demented, is the idea that somehow we can say that this is a problem which is unique to one side of politics.
Thank you, Constantine, because nobody's corrected this fucker on this yet.
It's a problem which actually begats each other. It's a problem which each side, it metastasizes this problem of political violence. Each side, each time adds fuel to the fire and it gets hot. It gets hot inside the building. So the truth is we've all got
to acknowledge. Back up. Cut that prick off. Cut him off. Make him yell at you. Literally nobody has said that it's only one side doing it.
No, John, you're talking about what happened.
The closest that you got was this lady here.
Far right and so on in different parts of the world. We're braced in London right now for what might happen tomorrow in terms of violent protest on the streets of London with Tommy Robinson. We saw what happened in terms of violent protest all throughout the course of the last year. This is a problem which happens on the left and it is a problem on the right. And it must...
I would just like to point out that the British right is still really, really, really left.
Yeah, yeah. Also, every time there's been a problem at a Tommy Robinson event, say what you will about the guy, it's been started by the police or protesters.
Yep.
Not Tommy Robinson's people.
Well, they love Charlottesville so much. Let's talk about that. The Charlottesville protest, that protest had been happening for years at a rate of about once every 6 months. No violence in any of it until the Democrats showed up.
Oh, that's a lot of hate facts, sir. You are a fountain of hate facts.
Some people decided that that's where they were going to have a Unite the Right rally, and the left was like, we got to go beat people up. They love to talk about how those violent Proud Boys, the Proud Boys were a direct response to leftist violence at these events. The police wouldn't do anything, so some regular people were like, fuck it, we're going to do it.
Yeah. It was more of a grassroots movement than Antifa's ever been.
Yes. It was just a bunch of people maybe with a little bit of a Batman complex, Jack, but sick of
Yeah.
seeing that shit over and over and over again. And who got demonized for that? It sure as fuck wasn't the lefties who started all that violence. No. It was those fucking Proud Boys, man. Look, I'm not saying the Proud Boys never did anything wrong. But 90% of what we saw, and there's tons of videos of it, was them fighting back. Because the police wouldn't do anything. The shitbag lefties beat up an old Jewish guy who was just trying to use the bathroom because they thought he might have been with the people on the right.
Yeah. Well, people on the right, they urinate.
The man was in his 60s.
Yeah, but he still was peeing, monkey. The old people are sneaky. They could secretly be ninjas. You don't know.
Uh-oh, my internet's being a shithead.
Oh.
Am I here?
Yeah, you're here.
Do. There we go. It didn't cut all the way out that time. Anyway, back to these idiots. You can't hear me, right?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Be acknowledged in order to do anything and something about it.
Okay, Lewis.
In order to do anything about it, we have to be honest, and it's something you're not willing to do.
Well, he's being entirely disingenuous to this entire show. So, yeah he's incapable of even listening to an alternative perspective.
This is the problem that I have with people like conciliatory tone. Dave was right. It has to come with contrition, and it has to come with honesty. You can't sit here and keep gaslighting me. Jack, we're done with this video for now. There's quite a bit left, and we're already at 4:45. So let's go back to something that makes me happy. There we go. Look at the kitty.
Oh, he's like, play with me.
Look at the kitty. You just want to
I'm gonna
scratch his
claw
belly.
your face off.
See, at this age, you can still scratch their belly and they can attack you and it doesn't hurt. Try that with Phoebe and see what happens.
Yeah, you'll come back
Let's
with
see.
a bloody maw.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 5 cuts on me. These are not scratches from her claws. These are her teeth marks. Oh, 6. There's one on this side too. And that was from a tiny belly rub.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it.
She loves to play, man, and she plays hard. I wish she would not freak out at other animals so we could get her a sister so she could actually play with somebody who play back like that and I wouldn't have to get cut.
Yeah. I understand.
But my cat's a bitch to other animals.
If I watch a cat video on my phone, Kit Kat will come up and like growl at the phone.
Nice.
She has no tolerance for other cats.
Anyway, yeah, in order for there to be any kind of reconciliation, for me to move on from the shit, honesty has to be part of that. And the honest truth is that the left is. I won't even dispute the facts given by. I'm using facts very facetiously. See what I did?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say that the right is more politically violent than the left. Fine. Who gets admonished for it? How many stories did we see on the mainstream news, Jack, about the violence going on in the summer of 2020? You actually had 2 different reporters for 2 different channels standing in front of 2 different buildings that had been set on fire, saying that it was mostly peaceful. They weren't reporting, look, they burned down a building. They were like, everything's mostly okay around here.
Yeah, it's like that Naked Gun sketch. Like, move along, nothing to see
Yes.
here. There's fireworks going off everywhere.
The people that are involved in this, and look, I don't think that the folks on TikTok have all that much pull, at least many of the ones that we saw. But MSNBC does.
Yeah.
CNN does. Members of Congress do. But they'll tell you every time, no prominent people supported this. How prominent do they have to be?
And especially when there's such an overwhelming number of them, if you're bombarded with the mainstream media and seeming randos that are equally brainwashed, you're going to start to think that's the reality of it. You know, if that's all you're exposed to is this one idea, then yeah, you're going to start falling for the narrative. It's just unfortunately the way people are.
She's a really nice cat. I was just late with her supper, Monkey, as he tries to hide his black eye. I don't tell anybody Phoebe's nice. I tell them that she's a bitch. She's very sweet to us, the ones living in the house, but she's a bitch to everyone else. We had the incoming, she actually got elected after she said this, the vice president of the United States, tweet out a link to raise funds to get these shitbags during the BLM riots out of jail.
Yeah. Yeah. When they were very much so breaking the law.
Mm-hmm. Violently.
Yeah. Didn't one of the guys they bailed out turn out to be like a rapist or something?
I believe several of them did. It's Antifa, man. So
yeah, that's true. There's a lot of people on the registry, if you know what I'm saying.
Because that's the other thing they rarely talked about, is that most of the arrests weren't black people. It was Antifa.
Yeah, which is a very white organization.
Yeah, go back and watch the riots of 2020 and notice how clearly you can see the face of these folks at night. Well, what they didn't have covered.
Yeah.
If they were smart, they would have put black makeup on as well, but they didn't want to be in blackface.
Yeah, I mean, they're not the thinking type. They're the pussy type.
The violence on the left is excused, encouraged even, over and over and over again. And that's the real issue. Their favorite thing, both Charlottesville and January 6th were admonished by most of the right. If you're talking about political figures, commentators, most of them were like, no, this is horrible. Shouldn't happen. Most of the lefties watching the summer of 2020 were like, more, please. Pelosi herself said, I don't understand why there's not more of this.
Yeah, you had people justifying it everywhere and cheering it on and saying, oh, it's a summer of love.
She was the sitting Speaker of the House at the time she said that.
Yeah, well, Pelosi's never
Hey,
been
nobody
one
prominent said it. Just the third in line for the presidency.
We don't talk about that.
And this is why I appreciate what some of the, Constantine and Dave were trying to do there and whatever that chick's name is. But you can't let them get away with that shit. You just can't. Because there's going to be people who watch that who now believe that, yes, it is on both sides. Because that idiot told him that Joe Biden's Justice Department said that the right is more violent. Anyway. Jack, I hate these people.
I hear you, buddy. You're preaching the choir on that front.
I feel like we should talk about something good before we leave because I'm a little worked up.
I think I had something that was good news.
Did you watch that video I retweeted of the dogs faking or being overly dramatic?
I've seen ones like that before where they're like, oh yeah, the one dog getting like they comb him and then throw that pile of fur by him.
Yes.
He's like, oh my god, yeah.
There's a puppy and two kitty cats run past him and they do go over his foot, but they don't actually touch it. And he gets up whining and limping.
Yeah. Dogs are weird animals, man. They're sneaky.
That's guys, I wish I could show you the video, but that's the kind of video that gets hit by those fly-by-nights. Hey, we'll make you rich off your video places.
Yeah. Did you see the video I posted about the dad at the hospital? He walks in and he's like, so I take it you're not cooking dinner tonight? And they cut over and his wife's holding a newborn.
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, it's hilarious. It's timed very well because she just eyeballs him, and it's that look women give you when they're appalled by something you said.
Dude, look, don't fuck with pregnant women or the ones who have just had a baby. They have no sense of humor.
Yeah. I still have one of my favorite memes of a dude holding eating a slice of pizza, and there's a woman in labor right across from him, and he's like, I had to order in because someone decided they couldn't cook tonight.
Yeah, I don't advocate violence, but if those men end up stabbed, I'm going to be one of them going, I mean...
Yeah, I don't condone it, but I understand it.
I understand it.
There's a great story my mom used to tell. And Dad backed this up, too. My dad was talking to my uncle, and my uncle remembers this, too. They were sitting at the kitchen table, and Dad had his pipe in. He used to smoke before we were born.
Mm.
And Mom was pregnant with my brother. And Dad said some comment, the exact wording isn't remembered, but he said some comment about, yeah, she's getting fat.
Oh.
And Mom, who could not hit the broadside of a barn, threw a bag of brown sugar at him and knocked the pipe out of his mouth without touching him.
Nice.
And I think that's the real reason Dad stopped smoking.
Her aim got too good.
It's that kind of family lore where you're like, yeah. And he even admitted, he's like, yeah, that was totally justifiable. Never said anything like that ever again.
Yep. I learned, because I deal with everything with humor. I learned very quickly when Lady Monkey was in labor the first time. Nope.
Not the time to say, is this going to be one of those never-ending handkerchiefs?
Yeah, you don't. You're there to be supportive, or if you're not there to be supportive, just leave. She'll be better off without you.
Yeah, you should be out in the lobby handing out cigars, pacing nervously back and forth. That is the place to be.
I don't give women. I give women a lot of shit, and I don't give them a lot of leeway in violence and stuff. But if you're fucking with them when they're majorly hormonal and in a massive amount of pain, delivering your baby, and she punches you, I'm gonna take her side.
Yeah, I mean, I understand it.
Yeah, I'll be like, you were asking for it, dude.
Yeah, you instigated that. What did you think was going to happen?
Yep,
Did you
leave
think
him
it
alone.
through?
Be supportive. That's what you're there for.
Yeah. What are you going to do now? Ride a bike through a Charlie Kirk vigil and scream things? I mean, while we're making bad decisions here. Some people, I mean, I've said a lot of shit that sounds horrible because I don't really hold back. But there's a time and a place where you know to shut the fuck up.
Hear about the law in Tennessee. Apparently, gun safety classes will be required in schools. I didn't hear about it, but I'm not opposed to that at all.
No, gun safety they used to teach that in schools, actually.
We have 400 million guns in this country. The more people that are trained on safety with them, the better. That doesn't mean everybody should get a gun, but I'm absolutely okay with teaching people how to be safe around them.
Yeah. By the way, did you see the federal court did authorize President Trump to rescind, according to this, temporary legal status for more than 500,000 migrants from countries including Nicaragua, Haiti, Cuba, and Venezuela.
I didn't see that. I remember when the case was pushed up to the court, but I hadn't seen the decision that came down.
Yep.
And my guess would be that the decision itself hasn't came down because the court does their decisions basically in May and June. But what
it's not the Supreme Court. It's just a federal court.
Oh, okay. I thought that had already gotten. Well, it depends on which one, because it's amazing how many immigrants' rights groups we have in this country.
Oh, there's a lot of money to be made that way, and a lot of these NGOs are benefiting highly from it. So, of course.
But yeah, we covered a case where it was going before the court, and at that time, what the Supreme Court had done was just allow it to keep going. Rather, they struck down some of these stupid ass injunctions. That's what we've seen the court doing so much lately, is shooting down these injunctions, because somebody will take it to court and the judge is like, we're going to stop everything. until I decide. And there's actually not a reason for it in most cases. The thinking behind injunctions like that is that this law is going to impact people so much that until we get it decided, we're not going to have it affect anybody. And frankly, when it comes to illegals, that doesn't apply. I don't give a shit. Just get the fuck out of my country.
Yeah.
So if a federal judge said that, do you know, where was it at?
I don't know. I already moved away from the article.
Depending on where it was said, it'll go to the appellate division, and it will be they'll shoot it down or issue an injunction, and then it'll make to the Supreme Court, and they'll shoot it down, and it'll go back to they'll shoot down the injunction, and it'll go back to where it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
The way judges use injunctions, it's another one of those things. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. You're a fucking judge. You don't get to do all that shit. Anyway, I think we're going to wrap up here. We've made it to 5 hours. It's been a while since we've done a 5-hour stream.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute. I don't know if you can count the one show where we did a show and then an after party like an hour later, but it's usually when we cover videos like this that it goes long.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the videos, if there's nothing to it, and I realize I repeated myself a lot tonight, but I do believe this is a point that needs to be driven home. It's not that there's no violence on the right. Nobody's claimed that. It's not even that there's less violence on the right. I believe it's true, but even if I grant you that there's more on the left, or more on the right, the left is the one that condones, excuses, or encourages it.
Yeah.
Dangerous, thank you. Here's an example. Trump supporters keep sending me, Gavin Newsom, Trump 2028 hats. That means he wants to become a dictator. So people need to stop sending, excuse me, 1 second. So people need to stop sending the dictator who wants to get voted back into office. Yeah. Look, you guys know how I feel about term limits. I get it. Washington stepped down and set the precedent, but they didn't put it into law, and there's a good reason not to put it into law. And the left has been doing this since literally since Trump gets elected. Actually, they did it before Trump got elected in 2016. He's never going to leave office. He wants to be a dictator, and Trump loves fucking with them about it.
Yeah. He knows he'll be way too old or probably dead by the time, he would serve a full third term. So that's ridiculous.
Remember when he retweeted the fake video of the Time magazine covers flying off showing that he gets elected time after, and they lost their shit.
Yeah. He is so good at messing with them.
That they're unstable, man.
Yeah, well, it's easy to trigger a lunatic. Crazy people are some of the easiest people to get to freak out. It's just true. You don't even have to try hard most of the time.
We talked about this briefly the other day, but it really is the result of what the commies have done here, breaking up the family. These people don't have good family structures in their lives, and they gravitate to the most insane, asinine shit. And their teachers are encouraging it. And now, it used to be the commies would not fuck with your kids in primary school. They kept it to the colleges. And it was about 10 years ago, maybe 12 at this point, that it started seeping into the high schools. And it went from nobody would be openly that way to everybody is in about a year and a half.
Yeah, because once they get their foot in the door, they start recruiting like-minded individuals. And it doesn't take long to take over a place because the average teacher at the time, they were starting to retire more, and they just started infiltrating. It's pretty insidious.
Well, there's also this tactic the left loves to use. They will introduce something very controversial. Gay marriage is probably the greatest example lately about it. And everybody's against it. What these people are now calling Nazi-ish is the same shit that people like Obama ran on. I'm against gay marriage. That's what he said.
That's how the Overton window is shifted. You do something completely insane, and then you have to pull it back, but you don't pull it back all the way. You just pull it back far enough that it's socially acceptable, and the window has still shifted.
What they do is they introduce it. So in this case, gay marriage, and then they pull back. And okay, yeah, not the right time. And there's this big surge of anger at the beginning there. And then it pulls back. And then they reintroduce it. And by the time they reintroduce it, it's been in the zeitgeist long enough that people have become okay with it. They just accept it. And that's exactly what happened with gay marriage. It went from the majority. Gay marriage was so unpopular, it failed by vote in California. That's how unpopular gay marriage was barely a decade ago. And it was that unpopular. So it just quiets down for a minute, and then Gavin pulls his bullshit. And suddenly everybody's like, gay marriage isn't that big of a deal. It's how they do it. It's normalizing it. You have to have that one martyr who throws themselves out there to get the conversation started, and then they go away, and somebody else steps up and like, here we go. Well, it's okay now.
In the interim, after the uproar, they have time to start leaking the idea into like TV shows and other media to try and make it more normalized. It's a whole process. It's not a simple task. They slowly, perniciously plant the idea into people and make them, oh yeah, well, maybe it's not that bad.
I missed everything you said because my internet went out 3 different times while you were talking.
Oh yeah, and so no worries. It's just explaining more of how they do it. It's not just all at once that they, oh my God, the idea is rejected. We'll dial it back, but we'll start putting the idea in TV shows and movies and video games, and slowly whittle your will down and make it look normalized.
And we're seeing the same thing with communism itself. I mean, you have people testing the waters with being commie, Bernie. Yeah. And then people stop talking about him for a long time. And then he runs for president as a what? Democratic socialist. And suddenly, being a socialist was death. Not that long ago, Jack. Nobody would admit to being a socialist.
Yeah, it was that was political suicide and ostracization.
And now you have candidates openly claiming to be socialist.
Yeah.
Proudly.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. They tried to do this with pedos.
Yep.
Not even that long ago, and they're still under the surface advocating for some of that. So, you got to be real attentive to what they're pushing.
I think the Cass report helped stop that more than probably anything else, because that's where the transgender stuff was headed, guys.
Yeah.
If these kids are old enough to make the decision that they're actually a boy or a girl when they're not, how can you then tell them that they're not old enough to understand having sex?
Yep.
You're mature enough to decide to cut off your titties. You're not mature enough to decide to blow someone. It's where it was leading. It's absolutely where it was leading.
Yeah, I think that's why a lot of gay people don't want to be associated with the whole alphabet community. They started to realize what was happening and say, this is not what we stand for.
This transgender shit comes from a past.
Yeah, a lot of people forget that.
But that's old ground, and I was wrapping up. So let's wrap this up. Guys, thank you. Some of you have been here the entire 5 hours, you crazy bastards. I just hope you were playing a video game or something while we were talking. You're awesome.
Asleep.
We love you. Thank you for the donations. You guys are so kind. So kind. Don't forget to tell your friends, your family, and that bitch you hate to watch the show. Jack, anything you want to show?
I'll drop some links. As always, guys, thanks for the tips. Thanks for all the support you give us. Thanks for coming out and watching. like Monkey said, you guys are awesome. And you put up with our nonsense, so you kind of have to be.
Yeah. I don't have a long outro. Jack, a pleasure as always.
Always glad to be here.
Take care of yourselves. We love you. We'll see you on the next one.
Bye, everybody.
I'm exhausted and my throat hurts. I'm apparently a whiny bitch.